not going to change it. I can't change it.
Good evening, time being 7 o'clock. I call the May 21st, 2025 meeting of the Franklin Town Council to order. Please pause for a moment of silence. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All citizens are welcome to attend public meetings in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. Meetings are also archived by Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown on repeat on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. For those who missed the live meeting, to listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using this number, 929-205-6099. This will not permit participation in the meeting. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens are able to join a Zoom webinar using Zoom webinar ID 87, and the number is 872-2552-6779, and then you need to hit the pound sign. Once again, the Zoom ID is 872-2552-6779, pound. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants who have entered full name and email address will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. In compliance with General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, the open meeting law, the council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizen comments. The town council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Nancy, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nancy Danello, your town clerk. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm your town clerk with an update regarding the upcoming special election. This will be my last update until after the election on June 3rd. In-person early voting has been quite busy in the town clerk's office. We've had a total of 865 people come through when we started on May 16th up till today. We have a total of 233 absentee and vote by mail ballots, so a total of 1,098 ballots have been received. We'll continue with the in-person early voting here at the municipal building until May 30th during regular business hours. We're also open this Saturday, May 24th, for voting, and it's also the last day to register to vote. If you'd like a ballot mailed to you, you must request a vote-by-mail application by May 27th. So, I'm very confident that the citizens of Franklin are all very well aware of the election on June 3rd. As I stated at the last council meeting on May 7th, we basically have signs everywhere throughout town. I have specimen ballots all over town. I've mailed out a postcard to every head of household to inform the residents of the election. And I've also made 2 robocalls. We have flyers on the GATRA bus, so I'm confident everybody knows about it. If you have any questions regarding the election and how to vote or how to receive a ballot, contact me at 508-520-4900 or email us at townclerk@franklinma.gov. If you have any questions regarding the question, contact Jamie's office. franklinmass.gov and go to the town administrator's page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Okay, seeing no one in council chambers, is there anyone out there in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? I'm not seeing anyone. Amy, are you?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to the singular item on the agenda this evening. And at this point, I will declare the public hearing on the FY26 budget open. And I'd like to welcome everybody to the public hearing on FY26 budget. As everyone here knows, the FY26 budget has been discussed throughout the community more than any budget process in my 4 decades of public service. I highly doubt there are that many more questions, but over the next 2 days, now is the time to provide final comments, thoughts, or questions on the FY26 budget. As I've said many times, but bears to be repeated once more, a huge thank you to the members of the Joint Budget Subcommittee for their incredible work this past year. The committee held multiple meetings last fall and 6 public listening sessions. We heard from hundreds of residents throughout the winter and spring to come to a final consensus. I want to lead off with a few words to set the expectations and goals for this week. Tonight and tomorrow, the council will hold both legally required public hearings per the town charter on the budget. We will open and close both hearings. I will allow all of the public input that is desired. And we will use the 2 nights to answer any remaining questions about the budget that anyone may have. I do know there has been a great deal of misinformation, theories, and questions over the past couple of months in the community. Tonight is a great time to help answer those points with the town departments in attendance. I expect all FY26 budget-related legislation for action will be held on June 4th at the town council meeting. So no budget will be voted till after the override question, ballot question. If the override passes, the current budget model proposal will be adopted by the town council. If the override does not pass, the superintendent and town administrator will provide a detailed list of proposed cuts throughout the town and school budgets at the June 4th meeting. I anticipate a vote on the final budget that evening, one way or another. As we discussed at all of the budget forums, a menu of likely cuts has been produced and is on the town website. So with that, I'm gonna pass it all on to Jamie for a quick moment, and then I'll ask the superintendent for a few quick opening remarks. So, Jamie?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the council and all the folks here tonight and watching from home, my remarks are going to be incredibly short. They really revolve around, I just want to give a shout out again to the Joint Budget Subcommittee members who spent 9 months doing all this incredible work, getting us to this point. You know, a lot of people come up to me and say to me, like, oh my God, what are you going to talk about tonight? Because it's been talked about so often before. And really, you know, I think when I listen to my colleagues, other mayors and managers in other towns, you know, I just want everybody to understand what the Joint Budget Subcommittee did was pretty much going on all around Eastern Massachusetts. You know, every community is going through a budget difficulty. And I can't thank the volunteers enough for their time and their effort to go out in the morning and at night. And it was great to come to a consensus and a unanimous decision really at the end that everybody supported exactly what the policy would be for this year. You know, and I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank all of the staff for the town, all of the elected officials, all the departments, all the volunteers on every board or committee. The school committee, the superintendent, the entire school staff. You know, I hope the public does have some level of humility and just some general thank you and respect for just the incredible amount of volunteer hours y'all put in. Especially all the board and committee members that volunteer all of their time that don't get paid. You know, you're putting your community first, and everybody deserves to have a huge round of applause for all the incredible work that you've been doing this year. As you said, Mr. Chairman, you know, happy with all the department heads here tonight, happy to answer any questions. I've been getting them daily, multiple times a day, from people about what about this purchase, how did that happen, what about this procurement, what's the status of this project. Tonight's a perfect opportunity to try to clarify misinformation, rumors, social media inaccuracies. Tonight's a great opportunity to try to answer those questions here at this open forum. So if people have those, you have the whole town staff here tonight. And one other bit of good news that I just, because you were out of town and I just gave you a heads up before, which is germane but a little different. I do have one major announcement. There'll be other details to go out on this later this week. Everybody's familiar with municipal aggregation. I know all of you are. We were on a rate right now where the residents are paying a lower rate because of municipal aggregation than what the basic service would be for National Grid. And that rate right now is 15.1 cents per kilowatt. And that deal is ending this November. But we just went out to bid, and I'm really thrilled to announce that now the rate will be 1 1/4 cents lower than what people are paying now. So that's going to be at least a few cents lower than what the National Grid rate would be. Now the good news too is most people in Franklin are already enrolled. They won't have to do a single thing. But the average homeowner in Franklin, based on this lower rate of over a penny, should save the average household, based on the average usage, about $84 a year in electricity costs. So that's a huge deal in this market, in this time. It's kind of like, again, for people watching at home, this is like bulk purchasing goods at like BJ's or Costco or something versus maybe getting, you know, single things at another retail store. So we've used our power now for, the council authorized this maybe 7 years ago. It was a while ago now. It was certainly before the pandemic. The consultants provided an aggregate. If you were to measure National Grid's basic service rate versus the rates that we've had, the town taxpayers and small businesses have saved $16.5 million in electricity costs. And I just say this because, in using this forum while we have a moment and there'll be an audience, that's a lot of money. In the aggregate across this community. I think a lot of people maybe aren't aware of what happened over the last several years. They may not be aware that their electricity rates at home have been stable. But here's another rate to be under 14 cents for a residential homeowner these days in this market with all the global turmoil is an incredible, incredible feat. So I thank all of our staff who have been working on that. and I hope the residents do appreciate. I know Councilor Frangillo and many others have spoken about this passionately before, about what government does. These are the good things that are trying to offset some of the costs that people are feeling in their pocketbooks and their wallets at home. The other one piece I want to mention is, as part of the master plan process this year, they had prioritized a green option, a renewable energy option, and they prioritized only 100% renewable energy credits from Massachusetts. That's essentially supporting the renewable energy industry in this state and in this town. And that's huge. And we were able to get an incredible opt-in rate that is only 1.25 cents above what residents are paying now. So that's really good news. So I know that that's a master plan goal. That was easily, now you can check it off. Thank you, Melanie, for the snap. So Councilor Jones, Councilor Hamlin, Councilor Frangillo, you already have one goal checked off on the master plan, which is good. You know, I do understand we could overanalyze this to the nth degree. We could wait. We could try to figure it out. We could go out to bid and try to wait for the best of the best of the best. But in this global marketplace, particularly with energy, the most important thing for us was to make sure that there was a lower rate than what residents are paying now, so that people will hopefully feel just a little bit of relief on their electricity bills every month. So that's the major announcement I have tonight, and I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jamie, and thanks for bringing the good news, for sure. Lucas, Superintendent of Schools, Lucas Jaguar, I just ask you to come up, give a few opening remarks. This isn't a good sign, he brought 2 bottles.
It's also too bad.
Let's hope,
Said a few remarks.
keeping them, that's a sign. I'm going to try to keep my remarks succinct today. So good evening, everyone. Thank you. Lucas Jaguar, proud superintendent of Franklin Public Schools. Just as has already been said, I know that we've spoken on this topic this year more than ever. Appreciate your opening remarks, Chairman Mercer, around this. I did want to just hit on some of the big ideas. And if you visit our website, the town's website, there's plenty of reading there. There's plenty of detail. What I think has been beneficial that I've heard from feedback is you can get as detailed as you want by looking at the budget book, which kind of digs very deep. And then we have everything from that to a basic summary, a 2-page summary. So I'm just going to hit on a few of the key pieces from this summary just to orient people. This is online on both the town and the school website. On the opening page, budget, if you click that button, if you're at home, you can see that. So basically, just to reiterate, the budget request that was approved by the school committee that moved through FinCom and is now before you tonight is for the $80,395,000 for the school budget. That represents a 2.9% increase. It's the 3.78 if you break that down into 3.1 in operational increases, and 0.68 of that is the health insurance increases. This budget represents preserving our class sizes, restoring critical staffing positions, and reducing cost to families related to some of the fees that had to significantly increase, as you may recall from last year. It also maintains the student support services that we have across the district, which are detailed pretty heavily in page 34, 5, 6, any of those areas. So this matters because we've tried to really look at creating a budget that is sustainable, that considers the long-term challenges ahead of us, and it's really built upon the idea of the reorganization that we've talked about at length. I won't get into a full reorg presentation, but basically we've consolidated 3 of our middle schools into 1, and 5 of our elementary schools are into 4, and an expansion of ECDC. So this matters because I think the reorganization allowed us to avoid future costs associated with how we were operating as a district, because we're operating in less schools, and we did see a decrease in January. We reduced approximately 29 FTE, which are basically full-time equivalent or staff in that. Everyone's well aware of the cuts that occurred over the summer, the bringbacks and whatnot, but as far as January goes, leading into this budget, we reduced that 29. That left a $3.1 million savings and basically cost avoidance as we move forward, which is how the adjustment to the structural deficit came down, which has been discussed. It's on video, and many, I think you've explained that a few times, Mr. Heller. Last piece I would mention, just the potential impacts. We've built this budget based on, it's tied to the reorganization and how we want to land with our new school setup. And in that budget, if we weren't able to solve that structural deficit, it would result in a reduction in our staffing, because we would have to make reductions to the budget. It would create higher class sizes, and co-curricular offerings would be lessened, and we would be looking at keeping or maintaining some of those significantly increased fees. I say that all to you with the idea of the budget we put forth that was approved and has made it this far to you is really built around restabilizing ourselves as Franklin Public Schools. I'm excited about the opportunity. I'm excited about the budget that was built to move us forward, and it's just critical that we're able to fund that budget. And I just would say to you all, if we are able to work together to solve that structural deficit, I think it's going to set us up moving forward and with the best foot forward as a district and as a community and as a town. So I'm happy to take any further questions. I may invite my school business administrator up as well, Ms. Malati, but I wanted to just kind of lay the groundwork, and thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Okay, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, I'll give a brief set of protocols we use at the annual budget hearings. In a few minutes, Councilor Jones will read through the voting document department by department. Councilors will signal a hold on any department they wish to ask questions, raise points, or offer comments about during the hearing. Once the council is done with each department, I will ask if there are any further questions or comments from the public on that department. Furthermore, as a legislative body of the town of Franklin, the town council has a difficult yet crucial role in approving an annual budget on behalf of the entire community. As elected leaders of the community, we represent every constituency and demographic: youth, adults, parents, seniors, veterans, those with disabilities, and so on. We are oftentimes in a difficult position to be the checks and balances of our town government. So with that, as is custom, the 5 budgets that will automatically be held are 192 facilities, 210 police, 220 fire, 300 Franklin Public Schools, and 422 DPWs. No holds will have to be put on those departments. They're automatically held. Okay, and now I'll pass.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
What department would unemployment be under?
I think there's
910.
910.
Thank you.
And now I'll pass it over to the Franklin Town Council Clerk, Glenn Jones, to begin the budget hearing proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Town of Franklin fiscal 2026 operating budget. Listed are the various accounts and associated expenses and/or salaries for the operating budget. Account number 111, Town Council. I will be reading the Town Administration's requested fiscal year 2026 line expense for Town Council, $5,500. Account 123, Town Administration, salaries, $599,216. Expenses, that was a hold
Hold on salaries.
on 123, yep.
Yeah.
Expenses, $37,532. Account 131, Finance Committee expenses, $7,000. Account 135,
Give people a chance to hold,
oh, sure.
okay? All right, go ahead.
Account 135, Finance, salaries, $736,615. Expenses, $120,780, for a total on finance, $857,395. Account 141 assessors, salaries, $446,995. Expenses,
Hold salary.
hold salaries on 141.
Yep, got it.
You're welcome.
Expenses, $165,500, for a total of $612,495. Account 147, treasurer collector salaries, $441,674. Expenses, $75,605. Account 151, legal, salaries, $131,944. Expenses, $60,000, for a total of $191,944. Account 152, human resources, salaries, $304,055. Expenses, $37,100, for a total of $341,155. Account 155, information technology, salaries, $559,000, $423,000. Expenses, that was expenses, $559,422. Town clerk
Sorry.
Hold
on that.
on
on
IT,
the expenses,
very good,
On salaries.
on salaries.
on salaries. Yep, there are no salaries. on that.
Yeah,
Just expenses.
yeah.
Yeah. Account 161, town clerk, salaries, $255,167, expenses, $21,750, for a total of $276,917. Account 164, elections and registration, salaries, $69,521, expenses, $48,000, for a total of $117,512. Account 171, conservation, salaries, $87,461, with expenses of $12,060, for a total of $99,521. Account 176, appeals board, expenses, $7,000. Account 177, planning and growth management, salaries, $372,257, expenses, $30,500, for a total of $402,757. Account 184, agricultural commission, expenses, $1,000. Account 192, public property and buildings, salaries, $3,554,086. Expenses, $5,865,700, for a total of $9,419,786. Account 196, purchasing, central services, salaries, $94,921. Expenses, $189,524, for a total of $284,445. This is the subtotal for general government of $14,337,886. Account 210, police, which has already been held, for salaries, $7,175,096. For expenses, $386,434. For account 220, fire, salaries, $7,415,585. Expenses, $525,300. For total for fire, $7,940,885. Account 225, regional dispatch, expenses, $1,315,838. Account 240,
Hold 225,
hold on 225, expenses.
okay, continue.
Account 240, inspection, salaries, $431,676, expenses, $29,950, for a total on inspection of $461,626. Account 292, animal control, $104,700. Subtotal of public safety, $17,384,579. Account 300, town schools, $80,395,338. Tri-County Regional School, $2,981,204.
Hold,
That's line 390.
yep,
395, Norfolk Aggie, 71,743, for subtotal on education.
and a hold on 395.
Yeah, hold on 395.
Okay. And a subtotal on education of $83,448,285. Account 422, DPW Highway Department, salaries, $2,133,927, expenses, $4,036,750, for a total of $6,170,677 for DPW Highway Department. Account 510, health, $262,990 for salaries. Expenses are $54,600 for a total of $317,590. Account 535, disability commission, expenses, $1,000. Account 541, council on aging,
Hold.
Salaries or expenses or both?
I think it would be under salaries, but
Okay, we'll hold both.
so salaries, $558,227, expenses, $39,000, for a total of $597,227. Account 543, veteran services.
hold, please.
Okay,
Salaries, $125,594. Expenses, $13,115. Veterans assistance, $165,000. For total on veteran services of $303,709. For a subtotal on human services of $1,219,526. Account 610, library. Salaries, $881,606. Expenses, $337,000. I'm gonna put a hold in 610, please.
okay,
For a total of $1,218,606. Account 630, recreation, salaries, $528,883. Expenses, $321,700, for a total on recreation of $850,583. Account 690, historical museum, salaries, $71,809, expenses, $5,000, for a total of $76,809. Account 691, historical commission, $4,300. Account 693, arts, culture, creative economy, salaries, $97,376. Expenses, $17,400, for a total of $114,776.
Hold.
Yeah, hold on.
On 693? That was
Yes.
693,
Yeah.
yeah. 695, cultural council, expenses, $25,000. Account 696, cultural district committee, expenses, $2,000. Subtotal, cultural recreation, $2,292,074. All right, account 710, retirement of debt. Non-excluded, $1,940,000, and excluded, $2,085,328, for a total on retirement of debt of $4,025,328. Account 750, interest, non-excluded, $526,526. Excluded, $2,813,002 for a total on interest of $3,339,528. So subtotal on debt services of $7,364,856. Account 910, benefits, retirement pension,
Hold.
$8,448,186. Health, life insurance benefits, $4,456,000. Retired teacher health insurance, $740,000. Non-GIC school retirees, $1,574,000. Workers' compensation, $620,000. Unemployment compensation, $150,000. Medicare, $435,995. OPEB, $450,000. Compensation reserve, $100,000. For a total of $16,974,181. Account 945, liability insurance, $920,000. Subtotal on benefits and insurance of $17,894,181. Total of all budgets, Mr. Chairman, $150,112,064. I still got enterprise funds to read. So, enterprise funds, account 434, solid waste disposal, salaries of $144,705, expenses $3,012,610, OPEB $1,999, account 440 sewer, salaries $998,597, expenses $578,500, Charles River assessment $3,655,000.
Hold.
That's 440 Charles River assessment.
Yep.
OPEB, $13,721. Principal and interest of $302,050 for a total on sewer of $5,547,868. Account 450, water, salaries $1,821,405. Expenses $2,564,000. OPEB $24,912. Principal and interest of $3,721,030 for a total of $8,131,347 on water. Stormwater, I want to put a hold on that, please.
I'm gonna put a hold
Yep,
on that.
460.
On
Hold.
expenses and salary, please.
Yep. Salaries, $356. Expenses, $724,000. OPEB, $4,796 for a total of $1,128,152. Total enterprise fund of $17,966,681. Total operating budget of $168,078,746, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay, we will now go back to the holds, and we'll go through again in numerical order. First hold was town administrator salaries. Kobe.
Yeah, thank you. This has come up a few times. I'm gonna start with not the direct question, but rather a question on our staffing levels to support you. Do we have any dedicated communications staff right now?
We do not.
Do we have any equity officer?
We do not.
Do we have any economic development director?
We do not.
How about a sustainability director?
We do not.
Do we have an IT director?
But we have Tim for school and towns.
Sure, sorry. Housing coordinator?
No, that, we laid that person off, I think, about 8 years ago.
Do we have a board secretary or recording clerk for council, finance, or other town subcommittees?
No, we've got a little money left in there for AI to do a little bit of its work, but it still costs money.
Yeah, so this was all just, I was going through comparable communities and seeing what they had for staff that we don't have. And when we talk about running a lean operation, I think, you know, this is where my mind goes to. And to me, those are core. I mean, I was literally just looking at communities in Massachusetts our size, you know, what types of staffing do they have? How many assistants do you have
Like,
in
well,
your
there's only-
office?
There's only 4 people in my office, myself, the deputy town administrator, operations assistant Julie McCann, and an administrative assistant. And I would say that some of the functions on a very minimal level, we've triaged because of those reductions that you mentioned in other positions, particularly communications. You know, myself, Amy, Julie, and Jared all participate in that. But I think what you're referencing, we used to have a dedicated position to these functions. And I think that's sometimes maybe one of the reasons why people feel like the communication isn't getting out, because we don't have that full-time person. So some of those duties that you mentioned are baked into other positions. But like you said, if you look at comparable communities, Councilor Fragillo, you are 100% right that all of those communities you would look at, many colleagues Amy and I have in Norfolk County would have dedicated positions just to economic development, just to housing coordination, just to sustainability and so forth.
Yeah. Okay, appreciate that. And then this does lead to one of the related questions that comes up a lot, which is town administrator and deputy town administrator compensation. How do we calculate that compensation level?
I know Karen's gonna come up at some point too and chime in with a little bit more detail, but on an annual basis, for town managers, for CEOs, we do an entire market analysis through the MMA. Norfolk County managers does their own as well. And then there's a comparable communities list of AAA bond rated communities, communities with $150 million budget or higher. You know, there's some statistical and data thresholds that we use, right? So it's not like, we're not comparing all compensation to the town of Dayton, right? Or the town of Bolton or Berlin. Those small towns do their own comparables, right? And a lot of that comes out, and I'm not going much deeper, I'm just giving you high level analysis, but when you're looking at budget, when you're looking at quantity of staff that you oversee, there's a whole list of things that towns compare themselves to. And then there's the geographical range, right? Within 30 minutes is a usual commute. That's an assumption we used in the compensation and classification plan by saying essentially, you know, you're gonna be justified, you know, by saying, okay, if you're looking at that level of skill set for that kind of community, these are where the metrics are. So we do those comparables on an annual basis. For the deputy town administrator, that position is in the compensation and classification plan we started 3 years ago to build a foundation. Previous to that, and this is no knock at all on my predecessor or anyone else in previous, but honestly, before there was a set level of assumptions in an actual study, which is the compensation and classification study that y'all supported a few years ago, we just made it up as we went along. So if a vacancy happened, people would look around and say, oh, okay, what are comparables? And, you know, with all due respect to all the department heads, of course, they were looking at their comparables in their fields, right? Certainly all of the department heads and support staff are gonna know what people make in different communities. And they're gonna be respectful and well documented on, in the sense that, you know, a member of the staff here may not say, again, a comparable, say, library or rec department. They're gonna, again, look at communities that are synonymous, apples to apples, not apples to oranges. You can't compare us to, again, a Berkeley or a Dayton or a small community that's only 5, 6, 7, 8,000, because the workload, the responsibility, and the job descriptions are completely different. So ever since we did that baseline study 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we have increased, which every community generally does, if they have this level of a mature system. What they will do is each fiscal year, whatever the COLA is that's decided across the municipality, we increase that compensation and classification plan, the chart, the salary schedule, by 2.5%, 2%, 1%, you know, whatever that COLA is. So that's a very high level, I think. I hope that answers most of your question, and Karen may want to have add a few things.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if this is gonna come up, but something that's been driving me crazy in all these meetings all year is a lot of comments about Amy's salary. And I just want to kind of clarify there, when we put forward a budget well before the beginning of the fiscal year. So Amy started in July of '23, which was fiscal year '24. We start putting the budget together all the way back in December of '23. So budget documents go out with a certain number. That does not always mean if a position's vacant that that's exactly what it's filled at. So I just wanted to kind of clarify some misconceptions there. When the position was posted, it was posted in February of '23, obviously before the budget's finalized, with a range of 140 to 190. When Amy started, Amy came here with 20 years of experience. I know all of you here have worked with her, a lot of people have had interaction with her. She had experience with lots of municipal departments, municipalities, Boston City Council, the legislature, the state senate, the sheriff's department. This is huge when you're getting into a position like this. We had a lot of really qualified applicants. Amy was above and beyond the candidate for us. When you have a good candidate, you have to offer them a good salary. It's just how things work around here. In general, salaries are getting more competitive. A lot of people, we joke about it all the time, we don't want Jamie's job, we don't want Amy's job. I don't think very many people do. We posted it with a range up to 190. Amy came in as our top candidate. She asked for the 190, which is, pretty fair. We brought her in at 180,000, which is a little bit above the posted range. Something we often do when someone starts is say, we don't have the money this year, give us some time. If you're doing well after 6 months, we'll bring you up. So Amy was hired in July of '23 at 180. In her offer letter, we said if you're meeting expectations at your 6-month mark in January of '24, we will increase it to 190. So she didn't go from 175 to 190, she went from 180 to 190 as part of her offer. And then after that point, she got the 2.5% COLA like everyone else. So admittedly, if you're looking just at budget documents, it does look like a bigger jump than what it was, so I just wanted to clarify that piece of it. And she's well worth that money.
Absolutely. And I think the misinformation that seems to have been out there is if you aggregate up 3 fiscal years worth of numbers, you get to one total. But there's discussions, I think, that this was all in like one swell swoop. This was over 3 fiscal years, and including the fiscal year that hasn't been approved yet that's coming up. So optically, some people portray it as one large sum of money, but that is not true. Those increases are commensurate with every other employee that we've had, and it's exactly, it's over 3 fiscal years, so that's important to mention. The other quick thing I'd mention is it's very typical. And then the other thing I mention is it's not uncommon, it's a very frequent strategy that you want to give the person that extra bump after a 6-month probationary period, and that's probably more typical on higher level positions, right? And so when you're trying to attract good candidates, when they come in and they know the market is very tight because very few people want to be department heads anymore, essentially you have an opportunity to say, okay, past the probationary period, you get past the 6 months or the year, whatever it might be, and then if you get past that in good standing, then as part of that offer that happens. The last thing I mention is, I know people have mentioned this before, but it's worth stating. For our comparable communities that we want to be, I think it's similar to what Councilor Frangillo is saying. The town of Natick, the town of Needham, and the town of Norwood all have 2 assistant town managers. And they're not paid lower. They're all paid at near that rate. And so if we ever want to be a community of that size and of those statures, at some point, even Norwood, this is the staffing levels that need it. And I think to Councilor Frangillo's point, which was really excellent, we are way behind on a myriad of issues that all of those communities have that we have lost actually over the last several years through budget cuts. And the last quick point I would mention is, I know I say this a lot, but again, because it's come up, you look at the town of Millis. The town of Millis has an assistant town manager. The town of Medway has one. The town of Norfolk just hired someone just last week. These communities are very small. The town of Stowe has an assistant town manager. So in my opinion, I don't know what the right word is to describe it, but to suggest somehow that the town of Franklin does not need an assistant town manager, I don't think is anywhere close to reality or what's going on, because all of these other communities around us, even Rentham, Rentham's a third of our size, roughly, or half of our size. They have an assistant town manager over there as well. So when you look at the market, you look at comparables, you know, sometimes some of those things can be a little deceiving, but when you're having tiny towns have assistant town managers, with the body of work that we have, you know, this town absolutely needs one. And the really last thing I'll say before I hand over to Karen, even if you were to ask Mr. Nutting, I guarantee you, and I'm putting it on record because he would tell you this if he were here, he would say one of the biggest mistakes he made in his 15 years here was not hiring an assistant town manager. He hired one certainly at the end, that was me. Myself and Amy are the only two people who have ever been assistant town managers in this community. And if you go back and ask Jeff, and I'm sure if he's listening now, maybe he'll pop the TV on and chime in, but in all sincerity, he's written me a letter about this after he retired. He's mentioned it in forums before. One of the greatest mistakes that he made when he was here was not fighting harder to have an assistant town manager for his, and then I think you had
Yeah, I was looking a little bit more closely, there's been a lot of talk in general about Jamie's salary as well. It is very comparable to what other town managers in the area are getting. And what I thought was even more interesting, I think everyone's paying attention to base pay. Obviously, that's the number that sort of pops out, but I was recently looking at a survey with a lot of towns in our area, and I was really surprised. There's a lot of extra money that are built into a lot of people's contracts that people aren't aware of. Jamie and Jeff have traditionally been like, just get it all into base, just have one number, we don't need to go all these different pieces. But I was shocked to see that managers that are paid less than him are getting 5%, 10%, up to like 25% of their salary putting into deferred comp plans. You know, that's not money right now, but that's obviously very valuable money to save for retirement.
Yes, it is.
There was one town that has a 5% extra stipend for having a master's degree, which, as you know, both Jamie and Amy have masters in public policy. There were a lot larger vehicle allowances. There were people that had town cars that they brought home every night. So there's a lot of other benefits. A lot of towns were contributing to people's life insurance or disability insurance, stuff like that. So I think when you're looking at the total salaries, it's important to know of all those extras that a lot of people have, that even if their base is lower, the all-in salaries are pretty surprising if you look at it that way. So I just wanted to kind of flag that, because I don't think everyone knows that kind of information unless you really dig.
Thank you, Karen. Just to add to it, I have a friend over in Plainville, and Plainville's 10,000 people. They have an assistant town manager who makes $175,000. So, and that's a town of 10,000.
Could I just add one more thing, Jill?
Sure,
Sorry.
sure.
I see so much of this out there. I think there's a lot of misinformation. Something I heard recently is Jamie only works 35 hours a week. I think everyone here could agree, you know, that the money that he's making is, it's a 24/7 job. I mean,
Oh, by all means.
I'm sure everyone here is getting emails at 10 at night. You're probably calling him at, you know, 7, maybe earlier, 11 at night. You know, it's not a 35-hour-a-week job, so that's just.
I
I
do
think the
appreciate.
rule is he's home 35 hours.
At least.
My
It's
wife's
still answers
watching,
the
she's
phone.
really excited you said that, I know that. I think Karen brought up one last point, which was really important. I understand people are gonna editorialize on my performance, Amy's performance, but it's really, Karen just articulated something that bears a lot of value. It's about the position. If you were to go out today to search for my position, you'd certainly be paying a lot more than you're paying me. And I know that sounds like there's no way we would do that. But that's exactly what you would. And part of the reason in a recruitment that you want is you want to make sure that salary is attractive so that if somebody comes in and they're looking for that, because to Karen's point, if they know they have to work 2 jobs, this job, which is 70 hours a week, my job, I'm doing probably the work of 1.5 to 2 full-time staff members. That's why we're able to have 1 deputy, and that's why Natick and Norwood and some of these other communities have 2, is because they've already built that into their tax base over the years. But I assure you that those communities were going through what we're going through now, you know, years ago. They're just a little further along in that issue. So it's really about the classification plan that we did was really about the positions. And it's ensuring that we have market comparables, and schools do the same thing to make sure that if somebody were to retire or somebody were to move on, you can recruit at the same level as you had. We learned this through Karen Alves retiring. we learned this through many people. Karen was really 2 employees in one. And, you know, Brian Taberner is gonna be the same way. He's gonna be very, very hard to replace. After 20 years here, he has a tremendous amount of knowledge that's gonna be very, very hard to replace with just one more person, so, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Councilman Frangillo, you still have the floor.
Yeah, just to wrap up that point, I want to strongly encourage anyone to help join us in finding, bloat in our budget. But I think the amount of fingers that point at the town administration as the source, I'm looking on paper relative to comparable communities, and I'm seeing comparable salaries at not nearly comparable support staff. I think we're quite lucky to have the service that we have, and we're doing it on a fairly lean budget. So appreciate all the work you guys do.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, I will make it brief because I believe Councilor Frangillo made most of the points that I wanted to make. But I too looked up some of the area. I looked up Natick and Needham and their salaries just in their administration offices. And I went on through their budget documents, and I think Needham was 1.3 million for salaries, and Natick is 1.7 million for their salaries. And why is that? Because they have a lot more people. They have all the people that Councilor Frangillo said as well, and that we don't have, and everybody has about the same salary. Also, Halston, where I work, was 15,000 people, has an assistant town manager. And, you know, when people talk about our staff not, you know, working 35 hours, like, I'm like, I can't believe it, because there's no way. Jamie's like always answering me. Amy's always answering me. All the staff is always there for us, doing extra for us all the time. Julie McCain.
Yeah.
I think she sent me the EDC agenda last Friday at 10 p.m.
Yep.
There is no way she's only working 35 hours. And we get a lot more done with less people because we have really good people. And I think we have them all in all departments. And that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor DeLarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A great point, Councilor Frangillo, that was a great point, thank you. But there's no doubt that we get a lot more, they do a lot more for a lot less. I mean, really, you guys do a lot of work. But I was just in a meeting today at Massport about hiring. We're all gonna have to change our look because people need to get paid. And we're not paying people, and we pay good, but we pay real good, but we're not getting people. So I can't even imagine how you guys aren't getting it. I mean, we just lost a great mechanic. We lost Sean. He had to go back to Ford because he wants to stay here, but he can't because he can't afford to live, can't afford to support his family. And that's what I'm starting to see in the meetings that I'm in, that we're gonna have to change things. Things are gonna have to change. We're gonna have to start, and the unions are gonna have to start coming aboard on all this stuff too. And I'm a union guy, but I'm just saying, we're not gonna be able to get anybody. And our directors and everybody else do a lot more for a lot less than they do, so. But I'm seeing it everywhere, and with your staff, you guys do a great job. Everyone does. All you guys do a great staff because you care, but it's gonna have to change. And from what I'm seeing, it's gonna have to change. We're gonna have to really start paying people. I hate to say it, but really.
Livable wage.
Yeah, livable wage. Nobody's gonna come.
Thank you, Councilor DeLarco. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the town administrator, just a point of clarification as well, and to the HR director. Your and Amy's salary is a salary, meaning this is what you get paid, no stipends or anything else like that. So when there's a snow emergency,
Yep.
or any kind of emergency in the town of Franklin that you're responsible for, you're on spot whenever the phone call comes
More
in.
likely when someone's trash doesn't get picked up.
There you go. So the fact of the matter is to her point, is you are 24/7. You are the steward of this community, along with Amy, in maintaining that this community runs effectively, efficiently, and responsibly 24/7, 365 days out of the year. I'm never gonna sit here and say that your salary is too much for the amount of work that you folks do. That's for certain. So, but I just wanted to make that point, because I don't think many people really truly understand the depth of the work that yourselves, as well as your administration, do on behalf of the citizens of the town of Franklin.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, certainly want to echo everyone's comments about the exemplary performances that we get out of our town administration. I think part of the issue that we're hearing, certainly online, and to some degree, you know, in the private conversations, is there's just a lack of understanding to what goes into the jobs. I think there's a lack of understanding about truly what it means to be the Jamie Helen, right? To understand everything that's on his plate and that he's working 70 to 80 hours a week, certainly not 35, right? And Jamie and I have had this conversation that I do think there's some merit to informing the community about what Amy does, right? To let people know that here's this robust job description with details, with departments that report to her, showing the public, yeah, we rely on her for X, Y, and Z. We know it because we interact with you both a lot. But to the folks out there just walking their kids or walking the dog or going online for 10 minutes, they don't know, right? They see big numbers and then they compare you guys to the governor and they don't understand why Maura Healey gets paid so little, and then they yell at us, and then we say, well, Maura Healey's probably going to be okay for life because she's going to have public speaking engagements and endorsements and things that governors get that she's kind of banking on making up for maybe not making the great salary up front, right? Like, we understand that. But I think we're also seeing incredible skepticism of government from nationwide down. And I think the people online that are saying Franklin needs a Doge, Franklin needs Elon Musk to come in here and save the day. Like, come on. The federal government doesn't have to pass a balanced budget. The Constitution says that they don't have to, right? They can just spend. Am I saying there isn't waste in Washington? Of course not. We all know there is. I'm glad that there's some things being done. Do I think universal 20, 30, 40, 50% cuts to departments made sense? No. And I certainly wouldn't want to see that here. But I think that mentality is pervasive amongst people who are looking at their checkbooks and their pocketbooks and saying, but wait a minute, these numbers don't make sense. Help me explain this a little bit more. They immediately think there's waste instead of looking at the workload and the benefit that we actually get for having two of the highest, most sought after town administrators in the state. I have told probably 50 people, if we let you two go, you would be rehired tomorrow, anywhere, for more money. I know that for a fact. Do I want to see either of you go? Absolutely not. I don't want to see anybody go. I don't want to see our teachers go. I don't want to see our police go. I don't want to see our firemen go. But you have to be willing to pay people. And you have to look at their experience levels, and you have to look at what we ask of them, and then there has to be this ROI. So I do think going forward, we need to do a better job, not just of listening, but of explaining a little bit more about what you two do and help the public understand where their money's going. Because the 9 of us know, but maybe the other 35,000 aren't quite so clear. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier Ledger. Any other councilors? Anyone in the audience? Please. Name and address, please.
TJ Lynch, chief of police. I'll even get it, 9 Wampanoag Drive. I am a
And
resident.
where's your license?
I am the resident, yeah, I'm a resident of the town. We're here talking about the budget, we're talking about finances of the town, et cetera. And I know it was out there, and maybe some of these people missed it, but we just got a AAA bond rating, which means that the groups that go out there came here to crawl into every orifice that we have when it comes to our finances, to come to a conclusion, are we doing a good job to get that AAA bond rating? The federal government just lost their AAA bond rating, but yet we have one. And if you Google it, how many communities in Massachusetts out of the 351 towns and cities have a AAA bond rating? Anyone know?
60.
Is it 60-something?
60.
Yeah, so you're talking a very, I looked it up, maybe it was wrong, it was 20-something. But if it's 60-something, so be it. But I mean, that alone just tells you, and who's working on that? The 4 people up the town administrator's office and our finance director and all of her staff, which is, I guarantee you, as, you know, if Kobe was to do the same type of thing and look to see what they have, I guarantee you that their staffs are less. You're getting a great bang for your buck in the town of Franklin for what people are doing, how they're doing it, and the results that are being, you know, that we're receiving from it. So I think some of the people that are actually out there on Facebook, and I'm not, so I don't see it, so I learned from you, or thankfully my wife tells me about children being born and stuff like that, which is the good stuff of Facebook. I'd like to see more people actually, you know, get into that. But maybe they're just not really looking and finding the information, because as far as I'm concerned, as both a resident and somebody that's worked here and has worked in public government for 41 years, since I was 13 years old, I love the fact that I live in Franklin. I think Franklin's doing a great job. I plan to, you know, when I retire, I'm going to live here until basically they carry me out in a pine box. So, yeah, that's all I got to say. Is I'm just tired of hearing about all these different things, and I think we just need to put out more how good everyone actually has it in this town, as far as the way that the town administrator and the deputy town administrator are leading, you know, that charge to make sure that we got that AAA bond rating again, which is a huge success for us, and we're going to look for bonds for, you know, infrastructure projects, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Is there anyone else, please?
I have a question on all salaries. Should I wait till you guys are all done with all the holds?
All salaries?
Or do you want me to just make my blanket
Now or
statement
HR?
now?
Karen here, so.
Karen's here. Go ahead.
She's not
Make
going
your-
anywhere all night. I hope you get out early, but.
That's why Karen's stuck in the seat, so.
Jane Calloway Tripp, 607 Maple Street, as if everybody doesn't already know this. All right, so I'm going to address a statement that was actually made by Councilor Frangillo during May 1st, 2024's meeting, that a few large raises would not make a difference. Well, let's look at some numbers, shall we? Because I've just spent hours, hundreds, going through this. I took 62 positions. Had they received a 3% raise instead of the actual raises given in FY '24 and '25, Franklin would have saved $209,720.59, reducing the current deficit to $2,652,951.41. If this had applied to all 970 town employees, excluding school staff, because I have not even gone over there yet, the deficit could have been eliminated entirely. Imagine if we added the increases from the schools as well and put everybody at a 3%. Examining the salaries increases across the departments, FY '23 to '24, we would have saved $3,247,938. FY '24 to '25, we would have saved $2,336,842. FY '25 to '26 is projected because the budget is not finalized. There's some information not there because collective bargaining is still happening per an email that I had sent to Jamie Helen. But right now, the department's increases all add up to $596,032. $32. Had Franklin taken more responsible approach, I'm all for giving everybody a comparable salary, a living wage. But the way it was done was wrong. It was done in lump sums over 3 years. We could have saved, let me start over. If taken a responsible approach, we could have actually saved $4,392,716 over the last 3 years. If a raise freeze was implemented in FY '26, total savings would have been $4,988,748, turning our $3,862,672 deficit into a surplus of $1,126,076. To say salary increases do not contribute to the deficit is misinformation. These increases did play a significant role, especially given their scale over a short period of time. As you stated in an email, Mr. Helen, the schools used COVID fund relief funds to hire a DI instructor with no plan for maintaining the role once those funds expired. Similarly, Mr. Helen, you and the council approved substantial raises in FY '24 and '25, including your own, without a clear plan for sustaining them. These decisions lack the foresight, and now taxpayers are being asked to compensate for poor planning through an override. Residents do deserve transparency, financial responsibility, not last-minute tax hikes to fix leadership mistakes we no longer term sustainable approach to budgeting, not reactionary measures that a public put undue burden on Franklin taxpayers. While I get the whole idea of comparative salary, and I do get it, and I do think that I give you guys all props, 100% for what you put in sitting behind those seats and the hours you put in. Because in the last year, I think I put in about the same amount. I don't get paid either. And I haven't even been elected, so I'm truly doing this on my own accord. And I am doing this because I care about Franklin. And I do care about all our people that work here. And yes, they do a wonderful job. And they should get paid a comparable wage. But what I've been seeing in the budget is you're not taking 2% and then adding 1 or 2% on top of that. These raises are 6%, 8%, 13%, far above a COLA raise. But yet, people like me on fixed incomes who get a COLA raise, which literally gives me $30 more a month, are asking to dig deeper and pay more and put more out of their pockets. How many of all the people that want this override to pass have gone on a very nice vacation this year? You know when the last time I went away for a week was? 20 years ago. I don't mind digging deep. And I don't mind passing an override, but I can't justify passing an override when I'm seeing increases like this that don't really do anything but hurt the deficit.
Thank you, Jane. Before I give it to you to respond, the way I'd like you to respond is to explain the comp and classification that we hired a consultant to do and how we built that. Because if we didn't do that, you wouldn't be seeing the people that we currently have on staff here in Franklin, because they were underpaid and could go somewhere else and get more money. Jamie?
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman, that's a really good point. And to Councilor DeLorco's message a little while ago about competitiveness, we're losing a great mechanic. You gotta pay people. And I do appreciate Jane's support to try to pay people. So I just want the public to know a few things. Number one, I have not seen her numbers or her data. I hate to say this, but respectfully to her and others, there have been numerous times where I've seen her analysis and her data and they have been incorrect. I will take a look at that data. I'm more than happy to look at her math and validate it and highlight where some of the gaps are. But right out of the gate, one of the issues that sticks out to me is she's looking at, I think, the numbers in kind of a box. I have explained this transparently to the council every year for 3 years. We did an entire presentation at the Finance Committee. The HR director and I laid out a strategy where the first round of adjustments after the comp and class plan, we're going to be on the lowest paid employees on the pay scale, the 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4s. And also, to your point, Chair Mercer, about the talent that you need to retain at the department head level. And we worked over 2 or 3 years. But the most important thing that I need to convey to you two is that the math that is being projected out is not right in terms of equating what she just said to the deficit. And the number one reason why is because local receipts and revenues have gone way up. So if you look at the recreation department and you go back and look at his department 5, 6, 7 years ago, Ryan is bringing in more money than he has ever brought in before. The Board of Health, the town clerk, as a matter of fact. My office, we have more liquor licenses than we've ever given out in Franklin because there are more restaurants because of the respect and the business culture that is here. There's $500,000 now in the budget on cannabis excise tax. I have spoken, and I hope I'm not boring all of you, because I feel like I say this over and over and over again. And some people just don't simply want to listen to the other side, which is this year, this fiscal year in '25, we have projected record-breaking hotel, meals, and cannabis excise taxes. The finance department made incredibly good decisions on investment incomes. When the path went to high interest rates, we took a lot of our investment money and put that into high-yield savings accounts at 4.95%. So our staff, just like a business, is saying, hey, we're paying people really low. To your point, Chair Mercer, they may leave to go to another community. And that has, as the superintendent has eloquently stated many, many times at meetings, there is a huge cost to a revolving door just going around and around. Every 5 months, every 6 months. Now we have to go hire a mechanic when we had a really incredible mechanic. But the same dynamic happens with department heads. And the same dynamic happens with town managers, superintendents of schools, assistant superintendents, almost any job, even a unionized environment, right? They're going to say, hey, they're paying $35 an hour over at the mechanic company, and over here they're paying $28 in the town of Franklin. I'm going to take the extra $7 an hour. And at some point, maybe that's what we can afford for certain positions because we're within the budget. But I think one of the things that always gets lost in these analyses that people do is they're not looking at the other revenue streams that come in. I said it at many meetings. We've done so many reforms. I think all of you remember the reforms we did at the police department. We saved $500,000 to $600,000 in overtime. Negotiated a schedule change with the police department, which is one of the most unique 4x4 schedules that we have in the state of Massachusetts. I mentioned the chief would tell you there's 5 or 6 other communities that have done that. Our union said, you know what, we want more staff, we're going to sacrifice some overtime. We saved $600,000 in structural overtime money. So the idea, and that's just one example. I don't think everybody wants me to sit up here and filibuster for 5 hours and tell you about every reform that we've done in every department. But what's very, very frustrating is I hope people that are watching on Zoom tonight, that are watching on YouTube, that are watching on Franklin TV, and maybe other people that are getting this information in the social media pits of Facebook, maybe some of this information that we're giving out here tonight, maybe that can reverberate back to people, because what was just presented is completely untrue. Again, I will be happy to look at the numbers that Ms. Callaway has put forth just to see exactly what the logic was of what she was doing. But you also have to look at the local receipts, you have to look at the revenues coming in, and I've tried to do the best I can, Mr. Chairman, as all of you know, to say, geez, our recreation department was X percent, I can tell you that that department was way underpaid relative to comparables. And by the way, our staff deals with a lot of school programs as well, whereas most towns don't. And I say to myself, okay, well, let's work with the departments over 1, 2, or 3, or 4 years and say, where are those investments got to go and where's that revenue going to go? I think it's appropriate to say, you know, we're gonna maintain fees at a competitive level. We're not going to just jack them up, but that revenue is coming in, and we need to make sure we compensate the staff that are producing that revenue. The Board of Health, the Planning Department, the Conservation Department, my office, Town Clerk. all of these offices, I mean, every one of them are producing the revenues to pay for those. I said at a finance committee meeting, I think a year ago, all of those, it was nowhere near 2 million or whatever, I didn't follow all the numbers. But those raises that were given out to equal out on the compensation and classification plan were to not only keep ourselves competitive, but our staff are the ones doing the work well past 35 hours, well past 40, well past 45, well past 50 hours to generate that revenue to come into our offices. And if you look at our revenues, which we present to the finance committee on a quarterly basis, almost every single person behind me, almost every single department that deals with fees, revenues, and all that stuff, they are the ones that are working really hard to bring that in, and they should be able to have a competitive salary so that they don't have to go to another town.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, any other questions on town administrator? I hope the rest of the departments aren't quite as long as that one was. Otherwise, we'll be here till tomorrow morning. But I'm gonna add just a couple of points to the end of the town administrators. I can tell you, sitting in this seat, I talk to Jamie every morning, every night, 5 days a week. And on the weekends, and anybody can take my phone and look at the phone calls. Saturdays, Sundays, Sunday nights. He's on vacation, and we're talking and communicating. So I assure you, 35 hours at home is probably the right number. Okay, moving on. Next item held is assessors' salaries. I think Councilor Frangillo?
Yeah, this should be a quicker one, just in the finance. I mean, this is the only real budget change, or this is the largest budget change. When we say level services, the one additive piece, I believe, is some staffing at the assessors. And I think that you had spoken at the finance committee meetings about staffing over time around our assessors department. I was just wondering if you could share that again, because I found that valuable.
Sure. I'm Kevin Doyle. I'm the Director of Assessing. I've been here in the town as of July 1st, 26 years. We've worked hard to develop a AAA team in our office. We had some changes we made 6 years ago with the retirement of our last clerical staff person. And we were building efficiencies and retooling all of the administrative type work. And we developed a system of sharing it. However, we found that it's resulted in a significant amount of time that the professional appraisers are in the office doing administrative work and not on the road gathering appraisal-related data so that that can be converted into valuation, either better valuations or recognition of new growth. So that's what resulted in, and with growth of the town, that's what resulted in the request for a full-time administrative person, because just between exemption development and processing, which is the elderly, the veterans, the disabled, and blind citizens, taxpayers, and motor vehicle excise with the growth of the community, those easily take up the lion's share of a 35-hour week. And in addition to phone calls on various subjects, some of them related to that, but many other things as well. And many of those calls are just informational and can be responded to by steering people in the right direction or providing them an answer readily from our computer databases.
Okay, so I heard we had administrative staff, we cut back administrative staff, we found that our assessors were spending too much time doing clerical work instead of assessing, and we think that restoring administrative staff would allow us to get new revenue.
Yes, it's critical to us to be out there, and that's going to be a factor relative to new growth. It's going to be reflected in new growth, and it's also, we want to be able to service those people that need the service, but with the right staffing.
I appreciate that. That was a helpful clarification of
Okay.
why we're making that change. Thank you.
Sure, welcome, certainly. Thank you.
Any other questions from any other counselors? Anyone in council chambers on Department 141 assessors? How about out there in Zoom land?
Just make a quick comment?
In 1 second. I don't see anybody out there either. Do you, Amy?
No.
Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quick comment that I like to think of the assessors as the engine that drives the revenue for the town. And money spent to help them drive that revenue is money well spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll move on. Next department held was IT, and Councilor DeLuca.
Oh, just kind of curious on the salaries. What are the salaries? I mean, are they the same, the expenses and salaries?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the salaries are all within the school department budget, and they
Oh,
have
they're in the
been
school
for,
department.
yeah, like 20 years ago, you would know, I think when the town took over the facilities department, the school department took over the technology department. The only expenses that are in here, Councilor DeLorco, are the expenses that relate to town licensing, infrastructure, whatever's in there for Viewpoint, Munis, all that stuff. Anything town-related only is
Yeah.
in here, and then Tim has a whole nother budget within this account 300, within the school department line item, is where all the tech staff is located.
Anything to add, Tim?
Yeah, any other questions? No, I'm just here. I knew that was going to be the explanation, but if you have any other questions, I'm here to.
Okay, I guess that's okay, but I mean, it says salaries. So the salaries are your salary and
In the school department.
Yeah.
The entire technology department's salaries come out of the school department's budget.
There's no salaries in our budget.
The salary
no
that, the
salaries in our
salary
budget,
that
all right.
was here, actually, Councilor Frangillo, I think this is what he was saying before, we used to have a cybersecurity specialist position that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
split with the schools, but that position got eliminated through the budget cuts in the last few years, both on the school side and the town side.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Any other technology questions while I'm here?
Just
Kobe, did you?
Yeah, I was gonna make that point. It was my understanding that we had a IT staff on the municipal side that we cut recently and have not been able to restore. And so thanks for clarifying that.
Councilor Comey Ledger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was back at the Capitol meeting, but honestly, they're all kind of getting a little blurry at this point. But you had mentioned that there was some security software that was needed, but we didn't have the budget, and we were kind of hoping that would maybe get taken care of later. Is that in the FY26 budget to get back on track, or is that still going to be something that's hopeful for the next round of capital?
No, that was Windows, upgrading all of the computers were not capable of Windows 10 to Windows 11 upgrades, replacing those computers so we could upgrade them.
Yep.
And we were able to, towards the end of this fiscal year, the shortage was mostly on the school side, that we couldn't replace all of the laptops on the school side. On the town side, we had enough money in capital to do the town computers, and the school was able to get that money to bring those computers up as well. So we were able to get that money towards the end of the year.
So bottom line, there's no longer the security issue that you were concerned about, or is
Not
that
with-
still a separate thing?
Not with the Windows 10 to Windows 11. No, that we will be able to upgrade those computers, so.
Okay,
Before
great,
the
thank
time is
you.
up.
Okay.
Just one thing I would like to add with, as far as the positions are, we've been talking a lot about positions and people leaving. I heard a lot about the mechanic leaving. We've recently lost our senior network admin and our junior network admin, for the same reasons, within a week of each other. So,
There's a
we're
very-
hiring.
very-
Anybody out
very
there?
valuable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question to Tim through you, Mr. Chairman, just about expenses. The 559,423 is a large percentage of that, and I know this is the same question I ask every year. Software
Licensing.
licensing.
Yep.
Any new costs built in for infrastructure improvements that may be needed?
No, infrastructure improvements are typically capital, and we are way behind. And there will be a big capital request this year. I know we got $60,000 last year, which is not putting a dent in the things that we need. But on the, I believe, June 11th, June 12th is, I will be making a presentation to the FinCom, and I'd be happy to make that presentation to you as well if you can fit it in one of your meetings.
Yeah, that'd be good. The fiber's holding up okay?
Fiber's still hanging up. As long as nobody hits any telephone poles, it's working great.
Awesome. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Any other councilors? Is there anyone in council chambers that has a question on IT?
Thanks. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, the next item held would be public property and buildings. And that was just an automatic hold. Questions? Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is to the town administrator and maybe to your team. Oftentimes, we hear about lack of infrastructure. We hear about funds for both facilities and DPW, kind of lumping you guys together. At one point, that number reported to us was somewhere around $150 million in projects that were needed, but that we didn't have the money to be able to touch. I'm just looking within this budget, because I know a lot of things that will have to be done are gonna have to go to capital or even go to loans, but in the budget we're seeing for 192, are there some projects in there that chip away at some of those concerns on the list? And if so, can you just detail for the public?
That's a great question. That is a really good question. So the quick answer is no. And the reason, well, the reason is, I mean, and just to, the reason is because that backlog number are really mostly major capital stuff, the Remington Jefferson roof, you know, things of that sort. What's in Mike's budget are just purely operating costs. So if a water bubbler is broken at, you know, the Horace Mann School, or if there needs to be a new goalpost somewhere, right, and something breaks, yes, some of those work orders can get fixed through both the DPW budget or the facilities budget. But in terms of major building renovations, like this building, the police station, the presentation that the DPW director gave, I think last year about infrastructure, that's all in that number of the 150 roughly that you referenced. It could be 100, 200, 250, it'll never, you know, it's a lot because of PFAS plants and things like that. But what's in Mike's budget, and he can detail a little bit more, are really plumbing costs, work orders, day-to-day home repairs, repairing a gutter, you know, things that we've got 3 trades guys that do, you know, John Rondo does carpentry work, you know, Dave does the electrical work, so we try to have in-house to deal with those fixes. Those parts do come out of Mike's budget. So that's the difference, right, is there's the big stuff that really add up to that number. I'm sure if you looked at, if we did a full 2-year analysis and asked every employee, what would they like to see in their room, their schoolroom, or their office, or this, or what would they like to have for an addition, I'm sure there'd be an endless amount of requests, right? That is not reflected either in those numbers, but what is reflected in here are, again, the things to try to do the day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, you know, smaller projects that are based on basic operations. I hope that kind of clarifies a little bit, at least the two questions.
Yeah, thank you. I think for the public, even though it's such a large number, 9.4 million, like if I'm want to make sure people understand. This is like your household budget on steroids. This is like, you gotta have money for your roof. You gotta have money for your plumbing, for your electrical, for your,
Air
I don't
conditioning.
know, air conditioning,
come out
for
and
the
fix.
bugs, for the mice, for whatever the
Right.
hell's coming your way,
Mold,
being a
right.
homeowner, right? You gotta have that baked into your budget, otherwise stuff happens, something breaks, something needs to be repaired, and you gotta go take a loan out. So, much like the project here at Town Hall,
That's right.
right? Because it comes up a lot, right? But those were, we saved and we saved and we saved. And yes, we did some cosmetic stuff, but there was a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff because the building was maturing and there were a lot of systems that needed attention and needed money, that if we ignored it, the problems would have gotten worse and been more costly later. Correct?
If you went out back and drove around, if people went through the drive-through, and instead of just whipping around the back, if you look on the left, there's some brand-new mechanical units that are right outside the municipal building. So air conditioning, boilers, mechanicals, electrical work, things people don't see. And then in addition to torn carpets, are workman's comp claims, they're injury claims, they drive up our insurance rates. So if you were to, and I know all of you commented at some point, walking down the stairs right over here, before we replaced the carpets, it was pretty scraped up. There were people that tripped on the carpet. And to your point, Councilor Cormier-Ledger, like at your home, when you have a gathering, you don't want your family to drop on the steps because you don't want somebody to get hurt. But if it's somebody where you were, I don't know, at a non-family thing, you could get sued, even on your own home, right? So you try to keep things upkept. And that's also a good example of a project that was never in the operating budget. That money was either done through free cash, the windows, or we actually borrowed the money for the project during the 2020 football sessions out in the football field. And we anticipated to have this project done years ago. But obviously, I don't need to explain why things got delayed. We all know why it got delayed. But that was all borrowed with a virtually 0% interest. And these are things that also improve our standing with our health insurance, with our property and liability insurance company when they come out here and they do inspections on properties. They say, wow, Franklin's upkept their facilities. They're not gonna have as many injuries or accidents or other problems, and they're gonna keep our premium hopefully stabilized.
Thank you. One final question to the town clerk sitting back there. Ms. Danello, can you get to the mic for a second?
I can. Hi.
Hi. And I know because we've talked about this, but I want everyone to hear it. How much did the improvements to the clerk's office mean to you and your employees?
Oh, it was huge. Literally, our desk, Deb, you know, I mean, it was your desk. I'm sorry, it was falling apart. I was cutting my leg on it every single day. I was buying nylons 3-4 times a week. It was huge. It was huge.
And certainly from a staff morale, not just from a safety point of view, but from a morale point of view, to be able to come into a clean, freshly painted, modern office with some nice carpet and a couple of plants, it made a big difference
For
in
sure.
how people feel about coming to work, right?
Not just the staff. People would come in and say, oh my gosh, it looks so nice in here, it's so cheery. You know, that color was depressing. Old, tired, everything in this building was, yeah, right?
Beige was awful.
It was ugly. It was ugly. This is
okay.
nice. You know, people are happy.
You calling Councilor Pellegrini old?
No, not at all. No, I don't do that. I would never do that.
I would.
Right. It's just so nice.
Yeah.
It's happy. You know, everybody comes into work and they're happy now. They have new furniture, the ballot boxes. Yeah.
And I called you up here because I make a point, being at Town Hall a lot, to go in and say hi.
Yes,
right?
you do.
And
Thank you. We
everybody that's
appreciate
in
that.
your office is noticeably happier.
So happy. So
Right?
happy.
Even
still-
if they're cranking out a dog license or dealing with some grumpy person over something, they're still smiling and they still have a nice place to call their environment for work.
Absolutely.
And I think that we, as a group, owe that to our employees, that they have a nice place to call where they're gonna sit and put their workday in. So,
For
thank you,
sure.
thank you for being willing to come up, thank
So-
you.
Absolutely. And let me just say one thing, you know, residents walk in, and, you know, they could be grumpy, whatever, like you said. You know, you walk into our office, everybody's happy, you know, we laugh, we joke with you. They walk out happy. That's what we want, happy residents, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So-
Thank you,
Thank
Nancy.
you,
and
thank you,
Thank
Ted.
you, Jamie. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier Ledger. Mike, I'm gonna go a little different route here. Having been involved in many of the municipal projects in town buildings, how many work orders does your department get in the course of a week?
50.
And you're handling the majority of those with 3 people?
So correct. Kevin has been with us for a couple of years. Steve O'Neill came with us for a couple, has been working. Steve works mostly on work orders. Kevin works on stuff with me. But the 3 tradesmen do whatever they can do. Plumber, electrical, carpentry. They do a huge amount of the day-to-day work. They can fit into their time. It's hard for an electrician to pull wire alone. Glenn would, and we outsource certain things. Certain things are required to be outsourced: fire alarms, sprinkler systems, hood cleaning. HVAC is mostly outsourced. But there are a lot of things. I mean, sprinkler systems are probably one of the life safety sprinkler, one of the most expensive things to maintain, right up there with elevators. But you never get away. You got to keep everything up and running every day, all the time, so it's safe for everyone in the community, the schools, the town buildings.
How about backlog of work orders?
When,
It's just something that.
yeah,
we
2
hear.
years, 2 years ago, when we were interviewing, there were 700 or 800 work orders that were backlogged. And right now, we're down to 2-something. So there's been huge strides made. Steve runs the work orders. Steve O'Neill, he's a very talented, he was a builder. He was in the building department for 10 years. But Steve and Kevin do a lot of, I mean, they're working on the cupola, we're working, we work together on a lot of things, and they've made huge strides in catching up.
Would you say, what percentage of the backup on work orders are outsourced? Would you say the majority of them are outsourced, waiting
No.
for?
But, you know, we have 3 tradesmen, and they can only actually do so much. So we do use, I mean, we have a roofer on call, we have a plumber on call. Those, you know, we use pest control, we use a lot of, from really small, I mean, I don't even spend $10,000 a year for pest control, and we're under, you know, IPM laws. But usually, our contractors get in here and get stuff. We have an outsourced electrician who, Jamie was commenting, the generator out back that backs up the TV studio and the MDF, so that we don't, what happened during Irene will never happen again here. We won't be in that situation. So we've made a lot of progress. We contract what we need to contract, and the guys do everything they possibly can to just buy parts and fix it themselves.
My concern is just knowing where we were 4 years ago or 5 years ago with the backlog of work orders, knowing where we are now. We're certainly in much better shape than we were three years ago. Jamie?
And I would say just huge kudos to Kevin. He's been invaluable. He's done a fantastic job. Kevin Harn over here. Number two, huge shout out to Steve O'Neill, who's new to the staff. Steve, most people knew down in the building office for a long time, but he's risen to the occasion. I think to answer your question, it's usually both. Our internal staff usually goes over if there's a pest problem. They try to put out traps internally. If the problem's bigger than it is, like at the high school or whatever, then we bring in remediation and pest control to do more, like the mold at RJ. Electrician, we try to get Dave on the site to see if it's a quick fix. Can we do something? Mike Carter to do the plumbing. Obviously, then we'll evaluate, and oftentimes that's when the relationships that Mike's developed over the years, you know, we've got very loyal and very good contractors to come in at very good prices. And I would agree with you, looking back 4 or 5 years, you know, Steve and Kevin, in addition to and John and Mike and all the staff that you guys all know for decades, you know, but having those 2 extra people to do that has been enormously helpful to get that backlog of work orders down. The one thing I would say is that, you know, on the cuts list, I think there was 410,000, you know, in the override that would come out of facilities. His budget has not gotten back to the point that it needs to be pre-pandemic to be able to keep up with the ongoing maintenance day to day. It's always a triage of this versus that. We do manage I know you've heard this for 30 years of your life, but 1.3 million square feet of building space. That's a lot of building and almost all of Mike's budget. When people look at it and they say 9.4 million, almost all of that is to school facilities. Those are all the custodians, which are majority schools. 75, 80, 85% of that entire budget are school buildings and school facilities and custodians that are in schools. Just want to make sure for people that may be listening that they understand that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Mike. Councilor Jones?
Just a quick question, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mike. When property is damaged, albeit at the schools, and the culprit or individuals have been found responsible, are we getting compensated from the families or anybody for potential damage to any town property?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or is that you, Mike?
well, principals, the superintendent, come on up, Lucas. But, so when kids jump around to break the elevator, they get a bill.
What was that volleyball team?
Or sinks, because I hear
Yeah.
faucets are like a prime culprit for.
So if we identify who did that, then we do bill them, and if it's damage or vandalism, we report it through our school resource officers and through the police as well, if there's any kind of illegal crime that's taken place as well. We try to go after that, and just have that part of the record so that we can account for that as they move on. And by the time a student graduates, they have to square up on their debts, whether it's a book, you know, remember the old books got damaged and you get the fee? Yeah, it's like those things haunt you. You know, I've had, in my assistant principal days, I had a few conversations with, I remember that in 6th grade, it's still, what's going on here? So at the end of the day, by the time they leave, they have to square up on any debts or bills that they have. But particularly when it comes to something where if it's found to be vandalism or nefarious, there's much more of an emphasis on that's got to get resolved right. We're not, you know, that's not something we take lightly, you know, around the property. So, yeah.
We have cameras everywhere.
Just not in the bathrooms.
Everywhere. Not everywhere, but if you get caught, so if something happens outside a building or inside a building,
I think there was 340 something at the high school alone, so.
correct.
I know there are a lot. You can't do much without being seen. Okay, any other questions for facilities? Councilor Sheridan?
Yeah, I just want to second what Ted said about the morale of the people in the town hall, because those are the people who directly deal with the public every day, and having good morale is important for them.
Appreciate that, Councilor
Yeah.
Sheridan, and I do think that the school staff in the building who are here with us, and our municipal staff, I know are very, very appreciative, and Councilor Pellegrini would be happy. The number one thing that people have complimented are the blinds. So, you know,
That's
you
true.
mentioned the blinds recently, but a lot of the paint especially, I think, is very cheap to do. And to Councilor Sheridan's point, it's a game changer.
Yeah.
It really is for the entire team.
I'm surprised Debbie's desk wasn't put in the museum.
Oh, they tried. There you go. Oh, they tried.
It's shocking me right now to hear that, actually.
Okay,
Can I just add one thing too?
very quickly.
All right, sorry. So I know the walls are very plain there. We need some pictures, and Peter Willis generously donated, what was it, Jamie, 8 photos that he had framed, and what? They're going up.
Kevin, well, not yet.
Oh, right, but they will soon.
Kevin's laughing, I know it, yeah, we're just getting around to about 30. The idea that Nancy's pointing out is, on the second floor here, around there, and probably into the chamber, we're identifying, and I don't need to tell you guys, you already know where these spots are. We're basically taking like 3 dozen of the most famous spots of Franklin, the things that are the most cherished places. And we're putting just photos across the wall from all around here. And we have Rowan giving us some photos from the museum. Peter donated some from his collection. So we're gonna kind of tie them together with some of the recent footage of Schmidt Farm and the high school building. And when the cupola gets done, we're gonna put that up, the museum. So we're gonna try to have a community pride thing throughout the second floor. So I think Nancy knows that.
It's going to look great, yes.
It's gonna look great.
So shout out to Peter. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Peter.
And we will call you when
Yeah.
those pictures go up
Yeah.
so we can have
It was very
photos
kind of
taken.
him.
Very kind of him. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other counselors? Council Chambers, anyone? Yes, please.
Jane Calloway Tripp, 607 Maple Street. I have a question, mainly because it was just brought up about the renovations. Back in the beginning of '21, it was approved for $1.4 million for the renovations on the town hall. That included the windows, the boiler, and then the general renovations. It's how it is written in the capital budget. The windows cost $500,000. We paid $250,000 for the boiler, which is written in the capital budget as completed. The town hall renovations, I did a public records request, and Jamie did forward me the information on all of the stuff that had to do with the stuff. I went through it. I would have printed you out a spreadsheet, but I couldn't get it to stay on one piece of paper. But the town hall actual renovations cost $685,210.82 at the time that I did the public records request, which Jamie also did state it wasn't 100% complete. There were still some minor things that needed to be taken care of in-house. But when you add back in the boiler and the windows to the actual cost of the renovations, we actually spent $1,435,210.82. So we were $35,210 over budget, and I'd like to know why.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so actually my meeting with Kevin today, I think, and again, I'm trying to say this as sensitively as possible, but unfortunately, Ms. Callaway Tripp's numbers are not correct. The
Excuse
budget,
me?
Jane, let me just finish, please. So the budget, when I sat down with Kevin today, what you know is called a punch list, right? We call them punch lists when there's some odds and ends that still have to get done, or things that haven't come in, nuts and bolts haven't come in yet, or whatever. We just sat down today, and actually we're $47,000 and change under budget from that appropriation. So I think we've had this discussion before at these meetings, where, Jane in particular comes in and lays out this math that she's done, and I don't know, I've sent her all the contracts, they're very, very long, and I think she would agree. She's read a lot of documents on procurement, on all this stuff, but the finance office gives me a line item budget exactly where that is, and we put them out to the finance committee on year-to-dates. We get a report, and I say, okay, how much of that 1.4 million is remaining? Because as you're doing a punch list, I'm looking at you like you don't know this, but like I should look at someone else, right? Because you've been done this on. But honestly, you look at it, and I think there's just an issue that I would appreciate all of your help on, where there's misinformation and numbers being put out there that are not right, that are not accurate, and they are incorrect. I am going to go with the finance department's numbers, and that's no disrespect to Ms. Tripp's comments. But when Linda and our comptroller and our CFO and Evan come up and I say, how much money is left? because we're not gonna be able to do every single piece of what we anticipated, because in the last 5 years, everything has gone crazy in
More
terms of
expensive,
costs.
yeah.
So let's just like be reasonable and sane in the sense that this carpet, the paint, the person to do it, the boiler, all of these things changed. And we were very creative in trying to put things out to bid. There were bids that did come in lower than what we expected, and we delayed bids in the project strategically to make sure that we could get lower prices as we watched markets fluctuate. In fact, the painters were one good example of the price that came in a lot lower than we anticipated in 2020. I don't know where the problem is and where the gap is of where my finance team says we're $47,000 under budget, and then Ms. Callaway Tripp is saying we're $35,000, I think, over budget. I don't know how to reconcile these, but I'm sorry to just tell all of you, I'm going with the finance team's numbers because they're the ones that have paid the bills. They have put out the POs. They have put out the numbers, and they have tracked this. I bet you there's just a simple math problem here, but this is the second time this has come up, and I feel like sometimes it's like out there to try to say that we're over budget. We're not over budget. I have to say to all 9 of you and every single person on YouTube and watching from home and every audience member, we are under budget on this project. We are going to spend all the money because we have a few other things to do, but we are not over budget on this project. Simple as that.
With all due respect, and I'll make this very quick, everything I ever say is always misinformation. However, the information that I got was sent to me from you in an email that I did go through, and I did take all the numbers from those emails. The other numbers came from the capital budget that is actually online. So if I'm full of misinformation, then maybe because the information you're putting out there is also incorrect.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Very simply, Kerry, would you confirm or deny that we're $47,000
Yeah, so
under
Linda
budget?
Darling, comptroller, and I will come up.
Jane, and I'm not saying anything about the numbers that were sent to you or anything.
Can I-
All I care about is the bottom line.
Sure, and may I say, Jane, you can send that to us and we'll look at it, because we're showing a balance of 47,415. So,
That's right, that's the number, right,
Yeah.
because we prepared, not for this project, but not for tonight, but as we do the punch.
Jane, if you could check in
Yes.
with Kerry.
Certainly.
Bring my laptop and we will
Yeah.
go over it.
Yeah, absolutely, that's fine. Linda loves
That's
it.
satisfactory.
And really quickly, I can tell you where Jane's math is going, is just, when you look at the capital budget, those aren't actuals.
Right, I understand.
Those aren't procured projects. So we're mixing 2 different food groups into one theory.
Understood.
And I think that's exactly where, I bet you if I looked at the math, she probably took most of the windows and all the other big costs, added those up, and then went to another document that shouldn't be commingled. Because when you look at
They were in
it,
actuals.
right, because she's gonna look at 1.4 million and it's gonna draw down on it, right, in the accounts. And then eventually there's a surplus, and they would send up to me, you're 10,000, whatever number away from going over budget, you can't do any more work.
And I do feel pretty comfortable about listening to Kerry's number. As a week ago, we had the auditors in here, and they did go through and audit our books. So I think if you two just
Yeah.
get together, you can
Absolutely.
get to satisfy your question with a good answer, okay?
We can do that.
Thank you, Kerry.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there any other questions on facilities from council chambers? Anybody out there in Zoom land? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Next item held is another automatic hold. 210, police. I know the chief's in the house somewhere. We saw him earlier.
Oh, you have a question?
Okay, questions from the council. Councilor Cormier-Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is just to reiterate for the public, because the chief very eloquently talked at the listening sessions. But Chief, can you just remind everybody listening where we are with full-time staff compared to where we were 20 years ago? And also, for the purposes of the conversation, compare us to similar-sized towns in our area and what they have for full-time police force, and explain that delta. Because I don't think people understand the gap. They just see a really big number, and there's all kinds of questions that flurry around this, but the bottom line is you guys do an exceptional job with a smaller number of full-time people by like 20 or more than towns similar in size to us nearby. So can you just go over that for everybody?
Sure. So, I'm trying to remember exactly. Yeah, so, I mean, right now, we're at 58 sworn officers, 5 civilian staff. So there are 3 clinicians and then 2 executive assistants. One does payroll, billing, et cetera. The other one does public records, minor IT, things like that. So there's a total staff of 63. We currently, right now, we're down 2 officers. One is became the chief of police in Upton before Sergeant Nick Palmieri, now Chief Palmieri of the Upton PD. And the other one was Michael LaCure, who chose to transfer to the Bellingham Police Department. His last day will be June 4th. So we're down those 2 right now. When comparing, and we've hired 4 officers in the last few months, because I know there's been some questions about that as well, and they were all replacements for individuals that had left the employment of the department, whether by, retirements. 2 were retirements. One was an individual who went to Florida. His family went down there, so he went down there as well and ended up transferring to a department down there. And the other one was a longtime employee who had a situation in which quality of life, his wife got a job down the Cape on the other side of the bridge, and so they decided they were going to move down there, which makes perfect sense. Yes, in the year 2000, the police department was budgeted for 54 sworn employees. So that's 26 years ago. Budgeted for 54 sworn employees. We only got to 50. Shortly after we got to 50, the 4 additional, we decided, the department at the time decided not to hire the 4 additional officers to get to 54 because there were projected budget deficits that were going to occur. The economy wasn't doing very well. So we never got to 54. We went from 50 to 38. From 50 to 38. And in 2016, when I became the chief, we were at 46. And it wasn't until fiscal year 24, when we got the additional 4 officers, that we actually went from, we were at 54 at that time. So we've only gained 4 sworn officer positions in the last 26 years.
I think it's safe to say the population of Franklin's a little different than it was 26 years ago.
I would say so, and take a ride down 140 on a Saturday, and you'll see. Yes, there are more people, absolutely. The population has increased dramatically. And the police department, just like every other department in this town, I mean, it's not just the town administrator's office, it's not the recreation, it's not the police, the fire, this and that. You compare us to anybody of a comparable size, whether it be population, and you're gonna find that we have less staff. All of us, every department has less staff. We're just not staffed to that, because our tax levy's just not what some of these communities have, is part of it. So we live with it. I mean, the motto of the department heads in the town of Franklin for the longest time is, do more with less. It's what we do. We lose people, and it's okay, the grass still gets cut. You still see the officers out driving around. The bell goes off, the fire department's gonna respond. It's just, it's the norm for us. It's always been that way. And I think maybe we just didn't do a good job basically explaining throughout the decades that we are short, and, we're doing the best we can with what we have, and now the expectation, now, if you're looking to try to get to another thing, or the community is looking for something, it's kind of tough for us to add when we're already short, when we're already short. So when you compare us to like Braintree, 88 sworn officers compared to the number of officers that we have. Natick's definitely it's in the high 60s. I'm not exactly sure, but I know they're in the high 60s. Then you can even go to communities that have less population. Norwood, 26,000, 10 square miles. We're 27 and a half square miles. They're 10 square miles, 26,000, 65 offices. Wow. So, anyway, I begged Jamie for the longest time, we need the 4 offices. Because we needed to be able to field a schedule that would allow us to have 2 over the minimum, so when people use their time off, or we were short due to retirement, short due to somebody maybe having to move on for quality of life related reasons, or whatever other reason, that we would be able to sustain that shortage without having to resort to exuberant overtime expenses that would probably result in people getting ordered. At the same time, I promised them also when he asked, can you give me more traffic enforcement, and we did that. And we're still doing it. So I hope that answers your question as best as I can basically answer.
It does. Again, I ask it knowing the answer, but I think it's important that the public understand it a little bit more. And right or wrong, Chief, like last year with the override and this year with the override, teachers and parents stepped up and got involved, right? And the criticism of our police force is that people don't see and hear from you guys with regards to that particular issue. And I just think, go back to your guys and say that to them, go back and say that to the union, do whatever you gotta do, right? But just being present and being able to show that support for what you guys do, I think is critically important. And you have my support. I believe in what you guys do. I know the value that you bring to our community. I've advocated many times that you shouldn't have to go to the Capitol Subcommittee to get safety equipment and things that you need, but it's not able to be in operating, right? Which bothers me. It still bothers me, right? Because I think tasers and police vests and safety equipment and things, walkie-talkies, I think those things are needed for you to do your job. But I don't think many people understand that those things aren't even in this budget, that we have to wait for the capital free cash process to be able to give that to you guys, because we just haven't been able to do it. The last thing I wanted to mention, Chief, because I don't think people fully grasp this either, is your accreditation level, because it's very high, right? You're a very highly accredited, highly trained police force, not just in Massachusetts, but can you just speak to that really quickly?
Yeah, I mean, we've attained, it was 3 years ago, we attained accreditation through the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission. So we have to meet 375 plus standards that are basically the best standards in the law enforcement profession. It's a very difficult process. There's only, I believe there's only about 112 communities, including, and that includes schools, like college police departments. So it's even less than that when it comes out of the 351 cities and towns that are accredited. We're in the process right now of going through our, getting prepared for our first reaccreditation, which if you can believe it is even usually tougher than actually getting accredited, which will be from June 6th to the 10th? 10th to the 12th. The Deputy Chief is in charge, Deputy Chief James West is in charge of our accreditation process, along with, and he's got a very capable assistant, Richie Martini. So they do a majority, everybody's doing the work, but they do a majority of keeping that all together in this and that. We had a great pre-assessment where they came through. They scheduled 3 days. They were done in 1 day and 2 hours first thing on day 2, and then they left. They said we're in great shape. So we expect to sail through, hopefully, and be reaccredited. But yeah, it's a sought after. The reason a lot of people, a lot of towns and cities don't do it is it's a lot of work. I mean, you have to spend a lot of time to do it, and it takes a lot of work to make sure that you're meeting all those standards. But it makes us be a better, more professional police department.
And how lucky we are that you do it. So thank you, Chief.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, not to give you another comp, but I just looked up the Watertown Police Department, where I came from, Watertown, Massachusetts, which is, get this, 4 square miles is what Franklin, is what Watertown is. I could walk from one side of town to the other side of town and get to any school I needed to. They have 71 sworn police officers. And additionally, the department employs 9 public safety dispatchers and 5 civilian employees.
What's the population?
Same, exact same.
Is it?
Exact same as Franklin. Square mileage is only 4 square miles. And they, a lot more dense, obviously.
Right,
The buildings are
right.
bigger. I'm sure the fire chief wouldn't like to work in Watertown, Massachusetts. But, I mean, 71, that's amazing compared to just 55 that we have here in the town of Franklin. Chief, listen, you know you're always going to hear the same thing from me every single year. You and your folks do such a tremendous job for the town. And I will be pushing the yes vote to try to get the additional funding necessary to maintain the staff as it is. But I think to Ted's point is this is not enough. You know, we have to really start thinking about the future and think if people really want to come to the town of Franklin and make it their home, that we need to start thinking seriously about future staffing needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Chief, through you, Mr. Chairman. You know, obviously, you guys do a great job. I just kind of hit on a little bit, how's your pay rate compared to other towns?
So the same,
Because I don't know if that's why we're losing guys like to the Bellingham Police Department or whatever.
I mean, I was told by the officer that's leaving that he was being offered a detective's position, which is something he really liked.
Okay, yeah,
So
I
that's
get that.
definitely, you know, in our world, that basically do that, it's not common that you bring somebody in, but they have a dynamic over there right now where there's a lot of people with veteran status, a lot of tenure that are like, I don't want it, and then there's a lot of younger people that just don't have the qualifications for it.
Right.
But he also mentioned that he was getting a $15,000 raise.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
So the same towns and cities
Right.
that GovHR, who did the comp and class study, we took the top 14, well, 13 plus us. My patrolmen are top step, 3 from the bottom, and my sergeants are dead last.
That's what I'm.
In base compensation, highest paid step.
That's what I'm trying to say, because I know 3 Franklin kids that are working in Attleboro because they pay more. That's basically what they're doing, and and it's a shame. And police and fire, I don't know, along with like myself, there's a lot of times you work at Christmas, you work at New Year's. There's a lot to go along with that people don't understand. That I missed a lot of Christmases when my kids were young because I was working. And I know a lot of police officers do, and I know a lot of firefighters, and they deserve to be paid like that. And that's why I just wanted to bring up the pay scale, because I know that's a tough issue for you too.
It is, I mean,
Yeah.
yes, I'm sorry, compensation is definitely an issue, but we work with the unions and administratively to try to offer some different things. Our schedule is not comparable to others.
Right.
And most will not take the jump because it's a big change, and if there's one thing cops don't like, it's change.
Right.
But if you were to ask our people, even the ones that weren't fond of it when the concept came out, they'd kill me if I ever tried to take it away from them.
Yeah, we talked about
You know,
that
so the
before.
schedule is a really
Yeah.
good thing. There's some other
Yeah.
things that we try to do.
You try to work around it.
Yeah, our wellness initiatives and things like that, or just some different things we're trying to try to, you know, it's not all about compensation, but yes, compensation for some can be a pretty significant.
It can last for a little while, but then,
No, you're right.
yeah, you know what I mean?
I'm talking to them so that they don't leave.
Yeah. Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
Any other councilors? Anyone out in council chambers have a question for Police Department 210? Anyone out in Zoom land have a question or a comment? Okay, Chief, thank you very much.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, next department held was another automatic fire. Chief McLaughlin. Always a pleasure to see you come in uniform.
Good evening, Chairman. Members of the council. Glad to be here.
Okay, questions for the fire chief? Councilor Sheridan.
This is the same questions as Chief Lynch.
Yeah, so, appreciate the question. So, Manning, right now, we have 61 sworn firefighters, 1 administrative assistant. She does the job of 2, to be quite honest. We have 1 vacancy right now. So, we will be at full strength at 61. When I got here in 19, we were at 52 firefighters. And with your support, we're up to 50, we're up to that 61 number right now. We talked about comparables, you know, our minimum manning on each shift right now is 14, manning on each shift is 14 personnel in each of the 4 shifts. If you look at Needham with 33,000, they have 17 on shift. Randolph has 16 with 35,000. Natick, 36,000, 21 firefighters on a shift. Norwood, 16. Stoughton, which is very close to us, 15 firefighters on the shift. We're in great, you know, we're in a lot better shape right now, again, with the support here. We've all heard the last few months about the ambulance that we run part-time right now, which is working right now. We've run our numbers for this current fiscal year, and also going back to January 1st, we're pretty much right on par with where we said we were gonna be with that part-time ambulance at 160 calls. So it's doing the job. It's doing the job that we wanted it to do. Ideally, for 2 stations in the town of Franklin, 65 is our number. That 65 is what that 4 extra firefighters would give us, that ladder and that 30 ambulance 24/7 coverage. But, you know, we've made great strides along the way, and we're just at the standby mode right now and just going with the numbers. I do anticipate within the next 2 years that that number of 65 is gonna have to be there to man that vehicle. But that's where we're at with the manning right now. We're a little under with our comparables, but we're making it work.
All set, Councilor?
Like, one more thing, maybe
Sure.
just say again, like, we all know, like, the amount of calls you get, how that's changed recently.
Amount of calls we're receiving?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we had 5,500 last year.
and that's a big increase, right?
That's a big increase. We go up about 250, 300 a year.
Yeah.
So that's why we anticipate 2 years, we'll probably be at that 6,000 mark. Of those calls, like we've mentioned before, about 67 to 70% is EMS calls.
Right.
And about 72% of the EMS calls are transports to the hospitals. So like pretty much any fire department, the predominant calls are the EMS calls.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor DeLarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you, Chief. My daughter was in the hospital for a week, so I was looking out the window of Milford Hospital, and I swear Franklin was there every half an hour. Seriously, I was looking, I was paying attention, just so I could see that, so I know the call volume is up. I was listening to Quincy the other day, and they were talking about how their vehicle is, like, they can't get any vehicles for like 4 years. Do you anticipate if we have to replace any vehicles that will?
No.
I mean, I know that it's taken a long time, but the ladder?
Correct, so, I just went back to the, February 1st, 23 video this morning.
Yeah.
And at that point, in fact, Councilman Frangillo asked a specific question, what do you think, how are we so sure the prices in 23 are gonna go up? And I did answer you, I don't have a guarantee, but based on what the buzz out there, it's gonna go up. And at that time, we said it could be up to 3 or 4 years, and it could get over $2 million, which, as we know, was just under 1.9.
Right.
If we ordered the truck today, it'd be between 2.4 and 2.5 in 56 months.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what,
that truck
that's
would
what they
be.
were saying,
Right.
and I just wanted to bring that up.
Right.
That we kind
5
of,
years.
we
Right.
yeah,
But-
we kind of lucked out.
But for our,
Yeah.
for our fire apparatus, we have an ambulance coming in at the end of the summer. We replace them, we try to replace them every 2.5 to 3
Yeah,
years
right.
because of how much work they do.
Yeah.
And our oldest engine is 2013, so we don't anticipate an apparatus replacement. When I say apparatus, it's a fire engine or a ladder. We're good till probably 29, 30, 31 for that.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
just
town,
something.
the fire department, apparatus / equipment, we're in tremendous shape right now with the support of this body.
No, I just was reading that, and
Yeah,
I
it's-
know how hard it is for me
And
to
they're
get
saying it may get
vehicles.
worse. They say
Yeah.
it can actually get worse.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the reason is.
It's lack of staff.
I-
Nobody wants to do it.
Yeah.
They just can't keep up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing from Pierce.
Right, right.
Quick question, Chief. Time frame on an ambulance run in 2025 versus time frame for an ambulance run in 2020?
The turnaround time?
Yeah.
Yeah,
From leaving the
station.
The resident's house to getting back to the station.
Exactly. So now, that goes, a lot of that goes to the hospitals. The hospitals are strained as well. And I've mentioned before, we're not gonna leave a patient in the hallway without a proper transfer of patient care. And there's a big delay now, the turnaround times at the hospitals. We try to go to the most local hospital so we can get that apparatus back in service. With us, predominantly Milford we'll go to for an average call, but if there's a trauma, we have to go to Providence or Boston. The turnaround time is even longer, obviously, for the length of travel. But the staffing issues they have at the hospitals,
It's unbelievable.
beds, we just have to make sure that we're by that patient's side and do an adequate transfer of patient care to that facility. And then they gotta get their equipment back in order and then get back to town. And what they do is when they get back into the town, they go on the air with the mech and let everyone know where they are so they're ready for the next call before they get back in quarters.
My point in asking the question, and I know I, like many of my fellow councilors, the third ambulance is really, really important.
It's made a big difference. Yeah.
It's huge, and because, and not just because of the calls, but because of the turnaround time of getting our ambulances back in town. Having that third ambulance is such a key to the community, so.
Sure has been. It's worked out fine at this point, it really has.
We need it 24/7.
We do.
Okay, Councilor Cormier-Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, just like I was talking with the police chief, I know you guys have gone through extensive rounds and not just training, but to build up your accreditation. And from what I understand from your past presentations, it's not only like local in Massachusetts recognition, but truly national recognition. So can you just speak to that quickly for the public?
Yep, so we got that ISO 1 designation, we got that in '22. We were awarded it in March, we got it in July 1st of '22. There are 14 departments in New England, there's 9 in Massachusetts that have that. We're very, very proud of that. They do come in and reassess us every 5 years, so we have to be ready in '27. Our equipment's in great shape. I think the biggest reason we got that ISO 1 is training. We do a lot of training. We keep good records of our training, and I think it's a tribute to the department. I'm very proud of that, and we want to make sure we maintain it. We never want to let it go. It's a tough thing to get, and we're very proud of doing that. I give a lot of credit to the rank and file because training is the name of the game. And we're getting a lot of laterals, as you folks know. And I think probably the #1 salary, we talked about salaries, we're not at the top. I've got a chart here that was a few months ago, but when I got about 14 departments in Norfolk County, we were 2 from the bottom. But it's a tribute, I think, you have to stay with the salaries to be competitive, that goes out without saying. But at the same time, when you've got great working conditions, great equipment, a community that supports you, that goes a long way. And I think, the money, you gotta stay there, I gotta be clear, you can't fall too far behind. But the fact that we're getting this amount of laterals, kind of low in the pay grade right now, is a tribute, testament to the department.
Thank you, Chief. And I know, just like we talked about with police, there's a lot of safety equipment that we are not able to put in your operating budget, that we rely on the capital free cash process, right? So that you can have what you need to do your job.
That's correct.
Which I think is important to note as the public is listening, that, people say to us, make cuts, make cuts, make cuts, there's waste, there's waste, there's waste. Well, hopefully everybody's listening tonight and realizing that we have departments that are literally working with less staff and doing, for the same populations, doing incredibly high call volume, and then taking it a step further to get highly accredited and highly trained, which is a true testament to your leadership, right? But all in the benefit of the people of Franklin. And as I said to the police chief, and this is no crack on you at all, but if the message can get down to the other firemen and the folks on your board to join the teachers out there that are advocating for this override in some way other than just putting some posts on Facebook, I know they would very much appreciate it, and I think the community would be more reassured to hear from some of those guys that this means a lot to them too. So, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor Comey Ledger. Any other councilors?
Mr. Chair?
Sure. Councilor Plagrant.
Thank you. Now, with our third ambulance, are we using other communities less?
So, last year, we still had 295 mutual aid calls that came in. 295. So as of, for this fiscal year, FY '25, this current fiscal year, we've had the third ambulance has done 135 calls. They've transported 87 times, so we've had 222 mutual aid calls in. So we're actually right about exactly at the same pace right now. So we anticipate at the end of the fiscal year, we're gonna be probably close to that 290, 300 number, so it hasn't really changed much.
Why is that?
Because the runs, we've targeted the peak time is Monday through Friday from 7 to 5. But you remember from the presentation we did earlier this year, we're finding out now that these runs are equally coming in on Saturdays and Sundays after 5 o'clock. It used to be, it was mostly during business hours when more people were out. It's really transitioned off now where almost every day is almost identical. Saturday and Sunday as well, just like the weekdays, and after 5 o'clock, when that third ambulance goes out of service, we're still getting that call volume at night, right through the night. So that's why it's staying at that level. 2 years ago, I made a projection that I thought we'd get to about 100. I was wrong. We're at 250 to 300 with that truck in service 40 hours a week.
Thank you.
What's the total increase in call volume though?
For the department?
Yeah, for the ambulances.
The ambulances, whatever our call volume is, that goes up every year, about 250, 300. It's all about 70% of those, it's about 70% of is EMS. Is EMS calls, it stays right with that number, and that, so it goes up in proportion.
Okay,
So, they're going up.
for sure.
Yeah.
Councilor Plagrant?
I'm all set.
You're all set? Any other councilors? Anyone in council chambers have a question or a comment for Chief McLaughlin? Anyone out there in Zoom land? I don't see anybody, Chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief.
Okay, next item on hold, 225 Regional Dispatch. I held that. Just a quick question, Jamie, where are we and what does the near future look like?
Thanks.
I know.
Just got out
this
of
wasn't
a
a
dispatch
question you
movie
wanted,
today.
but-
No, it is. It's been a lot of hard work. I know both Chief Lynch and Chief McLaughlin. I saw them earlier today, and I do mean it. I appreciate very much them coming over to the Regional Dispatch Center today to support Franklin and to support their fellow chiefs in Norfolk and in the other communities in the district, Mendon, Millville, Rentham, and so forth, Plainville. We formally signed an agreement today, and sorry to use the acronyms, but SEMREC, which is the Southeastern Emergency Management Center in Foxborough. So Foxborough's with Easton, Foxborough, Norton, and Mansfield. They have a regional dispatch center. We have a 6-town regional dispatch center. There's actually other communities, Medfield and a few others that are looking to get in. If you want to also know a job that's really hard to recruit is dispatchers. Both SEMREC, which is a gorgeous facility, state-of-the-art, incredible facility, led by a great team over there, Rob and Chief Kelleher and Chief Grace in Foxborough. But we formally signed an agreement today to merge operations with them to do a couple things. One, you'll see some economies of scale financially on software and capital and a variety of other things. Number two, we'll be eligible again for additional grant rounds from the state. As many of you remember, our assessment was very low because of that. We're trying to set this up for another round of a 5-year grant. And in a few years, I can assure you every town in the area is going to desperately need those savings if we can achieve that. And I mean this sincerely, one of the biggest reasons to do this is a career ladder. When you're in a small dispatch center, if you're in a single town or 3 or 4 towns, you do that, but that's it. There's no real career ladder. So if you grow the organization to a larger PSAP, you can have supervisor positions, and then there's admin positions. Eventually, we're gonna have to get an HR director there, dealing with so much volume. The entire state of California has 5 regional dispatch centers. Massachusetts has like 200 to 300, okay? That's ridiculous. The entire state of California, 48 million people, 5 dispatch centers. The state of Massachusetts has a couple hundred. We live within but this project in 2 years, if it comes to fruition, will be the largest regional dispatch center in all of New England. So this is a big deal from a regionalization perspective. This is a big deal from a savings perspective, from a career ladder, jobs, and trying to give people who are becoming dispatchers a career ladder, not just to then bounce to be a police officer in a town or a paramedic or a firefighter, but actually give a career ladder. I think the chiefs have both stated this before, and I don't know, they usually have a much better way of articulating it than me. I know Chief Lynch had talked about it recently. Dispatcher is an extraordinarily hard job.
It's a tough job.
It is a very hard job. And if you want to talk about pay, a starting dispatcher is somewhere probably in the mid-55, maybe $60,000 a year. So I think we all know the cost of living in this state. It's very hard to find people to have that career ladder. So it is very exciting. I've worked on this for 3 years with my colleagues over there. And no, make no mention, there's a lot of work left to be had. I'm guessing that probably in 2 to 3 years, you'll see an expanded district is what we called it, and you'll see a new agreement at some point with all the 10 towns, plus likely a few others. Because if you go to Medfield, and Mark knows all about this, and several others, they can't hire a dispatcher at all. So it's great to have police and fire, right? But if there's nobody there to take the call and guide them on where they're going, that's a problem. And those Waymo cars are not gonna help this issue out, okay? At some point, you need real bodies that know the geography, that know how to do their job, and they do a great job. It's a very stressful job. And so we're trying to make the system better. I do appreciate that plug, because I think you're aware all the time.
Yeah,
We continue to innovate. It's just nonstop. So for people that think we're not doing this kind of work, well, this is what another 10 hours a week I do, okay, is this part-time job as the regional dispatch chair on the board, great colleagues, but I appreciate the plug because we're just continuing to still find ways to do business better and save money.
And again, that was my whole reason for asking the question. I know my fellow councilors are aware of all of this, but the community may not be aware that we are continuing to look at ways to save money. Regionalization is one of those ways.
Huge.
And to take what started as our own dispatcher, move to 2 or 3 towns, to 5 or 6 towns, now we're, headed to 10 to 15, I think is an incredible thing that you have helped lead our neighboring communities together to do. So, thank you for that. Any other questions on regional dispatch? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Next item held, another one of those automatic. Department 300, schools. Welcome back.
He didn't know when he was gonna be back, that's why he looked like it.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
Okay, questions for superintendent? Counselors?
Just one
Counselor
question.
DeLorco.
Hey, hi Lucas, how are you?
Good, how are you, sir?
Just, I get some calls sometimes about the Norfolk Aggie. All right, 71,743. Can you just explain that? Because people don't realize that we're kind of part of that. they understand the tri-county in your schools, but
I could just say that I don't oversee the Norfolk Aggie budget, but it is a school line, so it's a very logical question that someone would have. I will kick it to you because it's in the town budget. That's not something I can speak to.
Yeah, I held Tri-County and Norfolk Aggie,
Oh,
so
okay.
when we get to those.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we'll answer that question, because that's why I held it, because I knew.
yeah, that's what people are getting.
Yeah.
I have enough to handle with Franklin Public Schools.
I thought you did all schools.
You wanna manage cows and sheep and dogs?
Counselor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have a question because I was on the Joint Budget Committee, and I've heard Lucas a lot this year. But I just wanted to mention another thing, that, to thank the school district for all their work to change their budget schedule to coincide with the town schedule, so we could actually do what we did to help and bring the information to the people as a unit. And I think that really helped a lot. And I know we were already in the middle of redistricting and trying to set up a whole new system. And I just wanted you to know that I really appreciate all the work you've done. But I really don't have another question. I just wanted to let people understand that you did more than what you just said you did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor Hamlin. Counselor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Lucas.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, just ducky, thanks. What, can't really say the other word. And certainly echoing what Counselor Hamblin said, thank you for all the work, and thank you for all of the very noticeable ways that you and the school department this year have really come together with the town side to move as one unified body, because we are just one town, we are one Franklin. Schools should not be looked at separately from police and fire. These services impact all of us, right? It's one budget and we all need to treat it that way. I was hoping you could, for the purposes of the public in the room and those that are going to watch YouTube, can you kind of talk us through the one-pager about, assuming the budget is able to stay as is and pass, which we all know requires the override. You've outlined it really well, but I want people to understand, smaller class sizes, the sports fees, just talk people through the simple one-pager if you could.
Sure.
Thank
So preserving class sizes, and I'll do this as succinct as possible, just knowing that I've said it, but I do appreciate the idea that maybe people are tuning in for the first time. But basically, through the reorganization, what we did is we basically lifted up everybody out of their chairs and said, okay, we need to look at where are the schools going to be, which schools will we utilize. Then we decided, okay, we're gonna now place our students in each of these schools in a different way. When we did that, we built our budget based on our class sizes that put us in the range. Our best foot forward, as we looked at the budget and looked at what we're asking the town, and I'm one of the taxpayers as well. I'm on this side of the table now, but I'm also in town with raising children here. What I would say to you is, what we did is we said, okay, if we want to have class sizes within the range that other school districts that have the appropriate budget, we should be looking at our kindergarten, first grade, and second grades having between 18 and 22. We should look at third grade through 12th grade and have that somewhere between 20 and 24 or 25. That's what we would shoot to do. So when we built the budget, we built the classes around those numbers so that we had ratios that we could sit in front of you all, show to the community. It's in the budget book that breaks that down, in an effort to try to preserve the class sizes that we believe are appropriate for us to do the work that people expect in this town, the high quality of education. It would also, when we, there's 3 phases to this. So we've talked about cuts, I'd say hold my beer to anyone who wants to talk about cuts. We had to do 24, right, as a result of the failure. But then when we went through the reorg, we then had a chance to look at, okay, what are those ratios? What makes the most sense for a middle school? What makes the most sense for an elementary school, right? And we were able to find reductions that made sense so that when we came here in front of you, we were able to look at the budget that we put forward and be able to optimize our resources, put our middle school students under one roof, consolidate our schools, and then still have the ability, and that was like a reset for us. And it was needed. We needed to take a close look at, we had enrollment declining, we were across multiple schools, and we needed to take a fresh look. We did that work. It was challenging, but doing that work while trying to land the budget was also quite challenging, but it was worth doing to get us on a cycle where we could all land and deliver at that time. The fees and co-curricular activities baked into this budget, if it passes, and it's passed, is restoring some of the extracurricular activities that have been cut over time. The fees, we've talked about in the policy subcommittee, there's been a commitment with the override passing and us having solved this to reduce some of the significantly increased fees back into what's more of market value for what someone would pay for fees in programs that similar to our town or what we offer. Also, this would...
Can I stop you there for a second,
Yeah.
Lucas? So I remember from
Yeah.
listening to those, just as an example, like I think the number's been kicked around with, you know, just high school football, for example, right? And it went from $300 to $1,000, but there's been some discussion if the override passes of bringing that back down to around 600. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a pretty significant, you know, I think people watching that have children that are in high school athletics, that's a
You asked
pretty
me specifically
significant
about
number.
football, and I'm going to be online, so now I need to double check.
Okay.
It's right.
It is? Okay, thank you.
I make sure that
I
I,
have fact checkers.
I make sure that I know these things before I
Sure,
speak.
okay.
But, yeah, but continue, thank you.
I'm almost done, just that it also preserves what we've built up over time around our counseling support, our academic supports for kids, to try to preserve what we have. And I think that's where I'll end there, but to say that that's what investing in our town and consequently our school, I think that's what this budget represents. We reset, we're putting our best foot forward to keep our ratios. I'm proud of our district. I'm excited about the future. If we can get through a time without needing to make more cuts and having to go through that, I think we all are. I think that's really the goal here. And I think to a lot of the points that were made earlier around recruitment, retention, it's like they apply. They just apply across the board. We try to keep the best people we have, all of us. And we have really good people that work here for the right reasons. And I think we're all in that same boat of trying to just make sure that we're offering. It's hard when you have instability and you're competing with other towns around people. And if they're paying more, that's a whole different scenario. It just creates a ripple effect. And then it's a turnstile. And then we spend a lot of our time screening and hiring and, you know, exclusive footnotes. So, I mean, we just have to get it to, you know.
Look, thank you, Lucas. Can you speak quickly, because other department heads have talked about salary and competition. Can you speak to where we fall as a community with, you know, comparable pay rates for teachers, things like that? I hear often that we're low, and then we're in the lower quartiles, you know, comparatively, but, you know, that's could just be hearsay. So I think, you know, hearing it from you would dispel that to some extent.
I'd have to look at the data. I will say they, from the teacher perspective, they were lower. I think they've made gains with local unions, but without having the data in front of me, I really can't speak to that. There is a way for us to find out some of that information. I'm happy to follow up with you. But I know that historically, people have worked in this town no matter what department they're in because they love Franklin and they want to work here and be here. And I think we have tried to do our best to try to retain and keep good people. Obviously, the budget's been a factor, but ultimately, I think we all are, we want to be in positions where people are getting a fair, competitive salary for whatever job they do, whether it's teaching first grade or on a fire truck or any other position that you have in this town. And I think that's a goal that it's an interest we all have. And I think we've worked really hard over the years with the funding we've had to be as creative as possible. And you know, we've heard about multiple departments and what they've had to do to continue to provide the services and the level. I think a lot were mentioned tonight from Mr. Helen or other department heads. And I think the schools our best effort on that has been around this reorganization. Is probably the most recent thing that we've done to try to be on, to show the community, hey, we're all trying to come up with ways to provide an optimized system But ultimately, it comes down to, when you look under the hood on any of these, or go to the line by line for the school committee on YouTube, you can see that, you can see it tonight. We've really done the work to try to put forth, hey, this is what we need in order for us to be successful as we move forward, and that's the bottom line.
And I think you guys, we haven't talked about it, but I think you should be applauded for thinking creatively about repurposing Kennedy. Because thinking of that as an extension of your ECDC, to be able to put more early childhood kids enrolled, which, by the way, folks, is a pay service, so that's revenue. But also down the line, I know I've heard at several of your meetings that you hope to have that be a resource so that teachers working in Franklin can have an affordable place to put their own children in childcare, which is an employee benefit, which may actually help us attract and retain some people. I think those are really, really positive, instead of another shuttered building that nobody knows what to do with, or that takes 5 years to figure out in committee. You've got a purpose for it, right? So I think that, you guys should be really commended for that.
Thank you. And it was a necessity because our ECDC expanded. Currently, it's in the middle school. Yeah, right. So we needed those classrooms back in order. So we expanded. In addition, we want to optimize every space. There's an opportunity to generate revenue from that type of service. And your point around recruitment, we've sat at the table, offered a job, and people have said, oh, the only difference is Natick has a childcare, and I really benefit from that. And that's like, that could be sometimes a determining factor. Or a person, we lost a Dynamite high school teacher a few years ago who just couldn't commute because he started in Franklin, his career, did a great job, kids loved him, parents loved him, but he had a young child and he had a family, and he had to figure out how to make that work. We just didn't have that option at the time. So I think there's benefits to keeping, recruiting, and retaining people who start young families but maybe drive from a few towns over to get here. So there's that piece too.
Thank you. And I'll just leave with one final point. The schools, school committees, past superintendents, like, this budget issue goes back, from everything that I can see, about 15 years of, perhaps even more, but 15 years of people raising the red flag and saying, you know what, there isn't enough money coming in, we're having to make cuts, we're having to make some difficult decisions, overrides not even being proposed, overrides not passing, what have you. But to the school committee and school department's credit, you guys have still been able to hang on, and the community still looks at it as an exceptional school department. And people still, the number one thing I hear in my line of work when people want to come to Franklin, it's the schools. So people can say what they want, right? But the people buying the $650, $750 million homes coming to town that aren't putting their kid in private school, they're looking at our school department and saying, wow, you guys do a great job. They're looking at our police department and our fire department saying, wow, your public safety is pretty awesome. They're looking at parks. I could go on and on and on, right? But even with the cuts and the loss of staff and the unfortunate loss of programs, you guys have been able to maintain a balance and to be incredibly commended. And hopefully we don't have to hand you anything that will further bring that down, but just help level the playing field where you are right now and be able to move this ship forward. So thank you, Lucas, very much.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Any other councilors? Anyone in council chambers? I'd just like to close with you, Lucas, with piggybacking on what Councilor Hamblin referred to, and thanking you and the school committee for your leadership, for moving, as Councilor Hamblin said, moving your budget process up a month and a half to match with ours, that gave the joint budget subcommittee 9 months to work on this budget from start to finish. And in the middle of that, dealing with redistricting and restructuring of all your schools, applaud the efforts of the school committee and your administration for getting and accomplishing all that, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda. I asked.
The last time, I'm sorry, the last time somebody behind me, I ignored because I was looking at you and I was giving them some time. I apologize.
Okay, go.
Steve Sherlock, 13 Magnolia Drive. Community information at Franklin Matters, Franklin Public Radio. Couple of pieces of info that have been shared probably in other meetings, but it's appropriate in this session to just kind of reiterate. Superintendent, thanks for your presentation. I recall in the multiple conversations, and the title of your budget is The Foundation for the Future, specifically in regards to the demographics, the way you've restructured. So as an example, and just one piece for the time's sake, from 5 elementary school buildings to 2 buildings, 4 schools, approximately, and we'll use K as the first one, you've got 2021 in 8 classes across the 2 schools, right? And your average size, I think it was up to 22 in that. So round numbers, you could add 2 students to each of the 8 classrooms, and I think it was 7 in one, 8 in the other. So 30 kindergartners could walk in at the last minute. And we could handle that in the future, and we could not handle it the way we were set today because we had 5 schools and you couldn't, unless they were magically distributed properly, you didn't have enough teachers to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's the stability comment around sustaining highs and lows.
And I wanted to express that because sometimes sustainability can mean different things. But for the future, because related to the second question, are we going to come back again? Your position demographically, that we don't have to come back for the foreseeable future because the demographics are not going to change beyond the capacity you have built in the existing reduced structure of schools.
It's the preserving the classroom. This budget that we put forth, if it moved, that's right. If we have to confront, it's in the list too, and I don't want to get into like a whole debate around this.
Right.
The idea is that we aren't able to fund, that's why we have a structural deficit and override on the ballot. It will mean somewhere along the way, something has to give, and I can't guarantee that. I can tell you, we optimized and put forth, hopefully in good faith to the town. I mean, when I say town, I mean Franklin community. Here's the work we did, here are our numbers, here's the ratio of students to teachers, here it all is. If this budget passes, this is what we can offer. If it doesn't, we're like every other department, we're all gonna be in we're all gonna be looking at it not having it there. But we're set up for success if we're able to see this budget through.
Thanks.
That's
just
really
I'll make one quick comment to
Jamie?
Steve. I think what Lucas, we've talked about this a lot at other meetings. This is a major turning point for this town, to Ted's point earlier. Again, I look at you, but I know you know this. This is a 30, 40-year problem that can finally turn the corner. The demographics of this town shot up massively with 250 building permits back in the 90s and 2000s. You had modulars, you had this, you built new buildings, you couldn't keep up. And now the community is finally pretty much horizontally built out. Most of the big open spaces have either been bought or they've been built out. Any housing units to go in are generally going to be, not impactful to this. And ultimately, what you have is a situation where the point that Councilor Cormier-Ledger pointed out earlier, and what I think Steve is pointing out, is the school district can finally get to a new plateau, turn the corner, and begin to look forward.
Cut every year.
Forward. We can look forward. We've always been looking backward. Always been looking at the numbers from years ago. Always wondering what didn't happen or what happened. This is a huge moment for those of you that have lived in town for a really long time. This is really a 30 or 40 year transition for the community, and it is a very, very big deal, to Steve's point with the demographics. This redistricting really pivots the schools into the future. It's great.
One more point, Mr. Chair. So Councilor Cormier Ledger said it was about 15 years. Well, I know specifically because I started doing this in 2005 and 2006. Put franklinmatters.org in 2007 because my kids were coming home from schools and they started with track, and that was a $25 fee that you had to pay for track. It was like, what's going on? So we're here today because last year, the 6.8 didn't pass. The council rightfully used $3 million of one-time funds to patch the budget then. So $3 million of this year's 3.8, we knew last year.
Right.
To the credit of everybody in the department, and major credit to the school department, because they saved 3.1. We only have 0.8 more than we knew a year ago. Case closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Simply put. Thank you, Lucas.
Question, any other? Sure. Name and address.
Ruth Ann O'Sullivan. I am at 175 Oak Street. Just to Jamie and probably the council, I think it's worth asking the question because I think it's been a big sort of, discussion in the community around not passing this override because we're concerned we are building too much. I think that the community needs to understand you can't have it both ways. So I would say, is it a correct assumption to assume that if we cannot fix this structural deficit, we'll be sort of more desperate to build because we will need the money?
Jamie?
Want me to? Yeah. I don't know if I would use the word desperate, but I understand exactly where Ruth Ann is coming from, and I think she's on the right track. I want to make it clear that this override has nothing to do with development, and development has nothing to do with the override. Take an example like, Stobart's across the street. The property now is worth, isn't it 444 East Central, my bad. The property right now is worth 1.5 million. Eventually, if you look at Dean Avenue, when it was the old Thompson Press was probably valued at about the same amount. Today, the Thompson Press is now valued at 75 million. So you go from 1.5 million to 75 million. That's tax-based. That's not new growth. Okay? I will say to Ruth Ann's point, and I think this is a good point to hopefully educate the community, in talking to the chairman, and I talked about this at the ZBA meeting, I think at some point there has to be a balance. And I think we've heard loud and clear from a lot of residents that the perception of, or the reality of, particularly on this corridor of development, is very concerning. We will have legislation for action on the July meeting to try to get a few things through the council to take away the apartment building issue, to take away the friendly 40B issue. I want the community to know we hear you, we've listened, we have not ignored anybody at all. We've responded to everyone. And we are going to do things for the council and the planning board to consider changing that trajectory. It's not going to solve a couple of the other things that have happened, but I think it is really important for the community to try to understand that we have listened to you and we're going to try to make adjustments. But I think also to Ruth Ann's point, if people in the community are concerned about school children because of development or police and fire, and they're concerned and using those arguments as to why we should prevent development, to Ruth Ann's point, well, how can we do any of this if we lose more teachers and more police officers and more fire? How does that help the situation? It doesn't. It hurts the situation at some point. And this is not just about apartments. This is even about single-family homes, which there are some that are being built, right? Mm-hmm. So no matter what the housing unit is. Mm-hmm. The last thing I'll say is there are a lot of misinformation around the apartments. The overwhelming majority of these, well in excess of 70% of these apartment buildings complexes are one bedrooms. They are not going to produce the amount of children that are going to live in the district, and I don't believe that what has been said in the community is accurate at all. When you're planning these things, you can do an estimate. But at the end of the day, until they show up for pre-reg,
right, so.
You never really know. And I've watched these things for 30 years. They never land on the projection that is there at day one. And I really, truly believe, even a 2-bedroom, which 15% of a couple of these complexes that have been talked about are gonna be two-bedrooms. Those are not gonna also produce children that are gonna go to the schools and be a cost driver. I think what the redistricting process has done, with the school committee and what Steve brought up, which is why I said that, was, there is capacity because of what they've done to deal with the issue moving forward. And I think what they've done is set the school district up for success, that if there are 20 more kids, 30 more kids that are gonna come in, which is what we want. I heard that when I got here in Franklin 10 years ago. Everybody wanted children to come to Franklin and be a part of our incredible school district. If we get those kids, clearly they've set up a system that are gonna be able to handle that capacity for the foreseeable future. So I think this is a really good moment for Franklin. And, myself, I've said this already openly, I'm not concerned about the development having some sort of impact that the school district can't handle.
Right. And I would just add to that, when we do get children, we get state aid for those
Right,
kids.
right.
So having a declining enrollment has just hurt our budget.
That's
So, as a community, we can't really have it both ways. It's a balance. So thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Anyone out on Zoom land? Run while the running's good.
Yeah.
Okay, next item held is 390 Tri-County Regional, and Jamie, I think you could address, I held both of them, and Bobby, you know the question, just give us a,
Scoopy.
So these two numbers here.
explain it so people understand.
Yeah, that's all.
So account 390 and 395 are numbers we get through, the state local aid sheets. And basically, it's per pupil costs that go to those schools. We pay for the tuition, a portion of the tuition for the Aggie, for a portion of the tuition from Tri-County. These are all just demographic numbers that just go through the state enrollment cycle, and they give us a number, and we put it in the budget. The Tri-County School building project that has started is not in this line item. You will see that under debt exclusions. You will see that under debt exclusions on the control sheet up on the top. We increase the tax levy to pay for that, and when the bond is paid off, that tax will sunset. So that's on the cover sheet up in the front. You may have seen Tri-County in the news this week, and working very closely with Superintendent McGuire on addressing these issues. The legislature and the governor are considering a revenue line item in the budget this year to help school building projects that have started construction, shovels have gone in the ground, to deal with potential anticipated tariff cost overruns. So I think that is a huge bit of news. Advocated for it the other day with our lawmakers at a meeting, because we do not want to go back, if possible, to the taxpayers to ask for any cost overruns. And we did get the support of the Lieutenant Governor for that line item. That will help any school in the state with some of the bridge money they may need if there are any cost increases due to the tariffs or the financial, I don't know how you want to call it in our country right now, just the vertigo we're getting with all the different stuff that's going on. So that was a really good thing. So that should ease everybody that we, for right now, hopefully we will not have to deal with that. I know they were in the Boston Globe the other day, so I wanted to address that.
Thank you, Jamie. Any other questions on Tri-County or Norfolk Aggie from council? Anyone in council chambers? Anyone out there in Zoom land? Okay, moving on. The next item held was 541 Council on Aging, and Brian held that. Brian wasn't feeling well. And,
What happened at DPW?
I'm sorry. I skipped over it.
We're all tired.
Oh, that's because Brutus is here. Okay, 422 DPW Highway, another one of those automatics. Questions from the council? Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah,
Thank you. Can you remind us, as much as you're able, I heard you have some of the numbers at the top of your head for the Finance Committee, about how your budget has transitioned as our budget's shrunk over the past few years, and some of the impacts of last year's failed override?
Funny I have that, because I got the same notebook, to you, Mr. Chairman, that for the FinCom, and we talked about this a lot. The Public Works budget it's actually unusual. If you go back to FY '24, which is 2 years ago, proposed now, was basically at $6 million, $6,900,000. My budget this year is $6,010,000. It's gone up $1,000 in 2 years, because I did take a substantial cut, our department, during last year's budget cuts. So we basically have the same budget, and all the other reoccurring expenses that, other department heads have talked about, whether it's salaries for employees, obviously inflation, over the last 10 years, 2 years, has gone up, 10% easily. And that's just, and we buy, and I think I've explained to you before, that the unique thing about the Public Works budget is 65% of my budget is expenses, where most other budgets, it's about 10%. So that really affects what goes on. And then obviously the volatility of the things we buy, whether it's, the chemicals for water, asphalt, and everything else. So, I could go on parts, and, it's so, but our budget's basically stayed the same over the last 2 years, even what's proposed for next year.
Yeah, and I think stays the same scares me in that, as you just pointed out, the material costs have gone up dramatically, and so stays the same has required a lot less use of those materials and reductions in personnel across the board, to my understanding. I was just down helping with the beautification of the downtown, and interacted with some of the DPW workers who are cautioning the garden club members that they just don't have the personnel that they used to support some of the landscaping efforts. Is that accurate, that we've had to reduce some landscaping personnel?
Yes, we have. On the material side, the biggest one was obviously road improvements, for the asphalt work, whether it's product we buy, or crack sealing, chip sealing, that we do generally as maintenance. Outside of capital, we still do some of that stuff. But yes, some of the things that, flowers have gone up, right? There's less of that, and then the personnel available to what we have to do, we have to go deal with other taskings. So yes, that's a true statement.
And then you had presented to us in the fall, it's my understanding, we have an external party come in and evaluate our roads on a regular basis and score them, the quality of those roads. And our score over the past 10 years, the road quality has dropped roughly 6.5%, and we're currently on pace for a further 4% drop just over the next 4 years. Does that sound roughly accurate?
Oh, it's very accurate. We actually did our first road evaluation asset management plan, like we do everything, about 14 years ago. It was projected then that, the amount of money that we'd need, and we tried to do that with not just the general fund, but also, the water line improvement program. We were able to do a lot of work. We do a lot of work. But even with that, it was, short money. And and it was projected we'd start going down. We've pretty much followed that along, and it's probably gonna get worse. I know it's gonna get worse. So,
Yeah.
But as it goes on.
Yeah, thank you for your time. I bring this up, I think that it's really easy to see erosion in other departments, and erosion's an apt word in terms of DPW, which I think just takes longer, but is equally impactful to the value of the town and the experience and quality of life within town. And so typically, it ends up being among the first things cut, because you're not going to immediately see the impact. But we do this over and over and over, and we have for years just underfunded and cut back funding slowly on maintenance of our road and other infrastructure, and that is going to come back to bite us. We, have some numbers to tell us we are falling behind and are not making up that ground. And that's really terrifying to me, someone who's going to be here for longer than just the next few years. So, sorry.
Was that longer than the chair?
You could be up in Florida in a year.
20, 30, 40, 50 years, that's an important consideration. I just sat with the finance department earlier this week, and we were looking through the deep long-term fiscal forecast of the town, and one of the major drivers to our somewhat growing fiscal vulnerability and increasing reliance on state and federal aid is the depreciation of our infrastructure assets. That's just the most consistent driver that we're not able to keep up with. So that terrifies me as much as everyone else.
Mr. Chairman, one point, Councilor said perfectly what happened, but I also go back to what Councilor Ted Conway said. When we look at the infrastructure town, we look at it as a town, and so if we don't do the preventive maintenance that we have been doing, the cost to improvement are exponential. Crack sealing is cheap. Chip sealing, not always a favorite. It's cheap money. But when we have to really start milling overlay and we have to reconstruct roads, you're talking about going from, $100 a square foot to thousands of dollars a square foot.
It's 1,100 a square foot or something like that.
Depending on the process, but it just goes up so quickly, and it's gonna be a bigger burden without doing the small stuff now, so.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Any other councilors? Councilor Cormier Ledger.
You don't have to call on me if you don't want to. It's okay.
I knew the question was coming.
I know, I gotta put my sidewalk hat on for a second, because, this is the opportunity. Kobe gets to talk roads, I get to talk sidewalks, right? And I completely understand that it's a vulnerability and that the money's not there. But I think for the taxpayer, for the people looking out their window at the sidewalks in front of their home, there is still an expectation that the town is maintaining it, that it's usable, that if a tree root grows up into it, that somebody's coming so they don't have to step out onto the street. I think these are sort of basics that we've gone over before. And I appreciate, Brutus, that you're always really, really honest with me and say, Ted, we don't have the money. But what I hope, certainly we don't have the money if the override doesn't pass, because we're talking about trying to maintain level services. But I hope going forward, we can start a process of chipping away at some of these things, because I look at sidewalks and roads in the big picture of the $150 estimated million worth of infrastructure projects that I talked about earlier, that number seems to ebb and flow depending on what's going on. It's probably getting worse, considering how expensive things are. But I'd hope that we can put a process together, Brutus, that starts to identify a couple of things, show the taxpayer that, we're not able to get it all done, but we got this done. I think that people do appreciate when they see a really bumpy street that has more patches on it than a quilt has been, taken apart and redone. I think people do appreciate that. Their cars certainly do. And I know that's people then say, oh, okay, that's our taxes at work, right? So the same will be said about sidewalks. It's just we're not there yet. So I just throw it out more as I don't know, maybe it's a 5-year dream. I don't know, maybe to Kobe's point, who knows if I'll even be here, right? But
Not my point.
well, we'll see. We'll see. I wasn't talking about being dead, by the way. But although you never know. But assuming that we're here and that we're alive, we would like to be able to see these things move in the right direction. So whatever you can do to help chip away at that, Brutus, would be very much appreciated.
I will say, you know, we don't forget sidewalks, and we do work on sidewalks, and the easiest thing I can say is last year, we probably spent, you know, probably, I know over $120,000, particularly on ADA compliance. We've been doing the ramps, which are very visible to see because the new concrete looks nice and white. And we did a lot of panels, particularly around this area. It's one of the things we do, and obviously I know where you live, but we also try to look at the really high traffic areas that get the most use for the conductivity that we're trying to move folks around town. And then dealing with the regulations that state put out that we have to meet the specific, you know, criteria for angles and everything and safety. So, and we do go into certain neighborhoods and we try to fix stuff. And sometimes, like I'm candid with you, it's a can of orange paint. We just gotta spray that thing, you know, because someone called about it. But that's all we can really do is, you know, create just a safety barrier. So we are trying, and I hope you know that. And we do allocate money.
I do, and I appreciate that you did the study and that you had the company come out and, you know, they looked at not just my neighborhood, right?
No.
But they looked at the whole town. But I appreciated your honesty when you circled back with me and said, Ted, the sidewalks in your neighborhood are awful. I get why you're complaining. They're probably some of the worst in the entire town because the neighborhood goes back 50, 60 years when it was built and we haven't been able to touch them since. I appreciated the honesty, but I just want to be able to go back to my neighbors and the other folks that we represent and say that we're listening and that at some point there's a plan to address it, even if it's a small section at a time. So.
And I want to do that for you, and I want to do that for, you know, everybody in town and hit that stuff. We really do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Any questions out there in council chambers first? How about out in Zoom land? Any questions on DPW? Boy, you get out easy.
This is the easiest thing ever. 20 years.
Well, you also went down 7 other meetings.
Yeah, I know. We did talk a lot. Thank you.
Okay. Next item is Council on Aging, and I know Brian Chandler held it. Brian wasn't feeling well and had to go home. Does anybody in council chambers have, any councilors have a question?
Nope.
Anybody in council chambers have a question on Council on Aging? Anybody out in Zoom land? Okay, seeing none. This might be one, if Brian's feeling better, he's here tomorrow night. Okay. Okay, next item held is Veteran Services, and Councilor Cormier Ledger held it. And Shannon's here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was really to talk a little bit to the point of, like, salaries and expenses, Shannon, make sense. They're not really very high in the grand scheme of things, but the 165,000 placeholder for veterans assistance, can you just talk to us about what that is?
Oh, thank you, Councilor Cormier Ledger. So that budget is for Chapter 115 benefits for veterans or spouses of veterans. It's basically a state safety net program, and we get reimbursed by the state for 75% of that money spent. So even though we have 165,000 in the budget, we get reimbursed 75% of that. I work with Linda Darling to make sure we get those reimbursements. At this point in this fiscal year, we've spent $118,422 from that budget. That might be off slightly from Munis, but that's from my spreadsheet. So just wanted to make you aware that we do get money back from that budget.
Front the money and then the money's
Yeah.
reimbursed.
No, it's a great explanation, thank you, and I think the public likes to hear that kind of thing. Shannon, can you also just talk a little bit it's more of a general thing, but there were significant strides made in passing, whether we want to call them abatement programs, forgiveness programs, help programs for veterans this past year that live in Franklin that may be having a tough time with their bills, with their taxes. I was very proud to support that, and I know everybody up here was, but I think for the public to understand a little bit from you what that's all about would be helpful.
Sure. So the HERO Act was passed last summer, I believe. And one of the provisions involved veteran property tax exemptions. Franklin had already doubled the veteran property tax exemption under a different provision in October of 2021. The HERO Act included something about that, but Franklin had already done it. But what Town Council did approve was a cost of living increase allowed by the HERO Act. And so it was several months ago that Town Council adopted that. And I know our veteran community was extremely grateful. So even, for example, a veteran, so in Franklin, just to give an overview, if they have a 10% disability rating or higher, they get a $400 property tax increase. It's matched by the town to make it $800, and now they get the cost of living increase in addition to that. A veteran who's rated 100% gets a $1,000 exemption, doubled, matched by the town to $2,000, plus a certain percentage to increase with the cost of living.
Thank you. I think it's anything we can do for our veterans is the least we can do. But I do think it's important for the community to understand, because we hear, when override discussions happen and, cost increases happen, we hear, what about the veterans? What about the seniors? What about those that can't afford things? And I think it's important for people to understand that we have put measures in place to address those concerns as best we can, right?
Oh, absolutely. The town has supported veterans since I started in the fall of 2021. Town Council has been extremely supportive of veterans and has passed measures for veterans' property tax work-off. Anything that comes up, legislation from the state, you all have supported it. So, and town administration as well.
You do a great job, Shannon. See you Friday at the breakfast, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Ledger. Any other questions or comments from the council?
Just thank you.
Yeah, for sure, thank you. Anyone in council chambers? Anyone out in Zoom land? Zoom land is decreasing.
Zoom land went to sleep, I think.
Town council's gonna decrease pretty soon, too.
Okay, moving on. For Councilor DeLarco, we'll move on to library, and the library was held, Glenn Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Felicia, just a couple of quick questions. One of which is to, what's your current staffing level? I know, because I come in like every few days, but just so the public knows, roughly how many people are on your staff?
12.
Oh, 12, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry, Felicia, sorry about that. If this override were not to pass, how many would you have to reduce that staff by?
Partly up to us.
About 2
I think that's a question she wants.
or 3?
Yeah.
I think we're going on that.
Let's just say be devastating.
Okay.
Ask her how many staff in other communities, libraries.
I will, but I'm trying.
Don't worry, we will.
I'm trying to ask you a couple of questions here. And how much at risk would we be with losing our certification with the state of Massachusetts and not being able to use the Minuteman Library Network, et cetera, that we've worked so hard over the past 15 years to get us to the 881,000 or 1.2 million that we're at now for the library. This took us a long time to get this far. Because if I recall, back in 2010, that number was as low as $350,000.
Yeah, you recall correctly. Yes. We've worked very hard to build a library back to where we are. And it's part of the same story you hear from the police, the fire, the schools, the library. I think the library doesn't get enough credit or enough
Absolutely.
for the restructuring. It was very hard work, 2014. I remember it was hard on the library, it was hard on the community, it was hard on the town council, hard on the library board of directors. I think too that they don't get enough credit because they do their work quietly behind the scenes. To do this restructuring wasn't easy, but it's put the library on a very strong place. If we were to go back, we will be going back 25 years.
Yep.
And to start to rebuild, it takes much, much, much longer to get back on where we are. So I really even don't want to think about losing one person, because
me
if
either.
we did, certification will still be at risk. And we know the consequences of losing certification. It's not just about keeping the doors open, it's about the entire Franklin community not being able to use any library out of Franklin.
Networks.
And the truth is, the whole system is set up on a sharing foundation. And the whole idea is that you fund your library, I'll fund mine. Okay, because what is going to stop other towns from cutting their libraries before they have looked?
Right.
So it's the wisdom of the state to say, we'll look at the schools, we'll look at the police, we'll look at the fire, we'll look at the library, because we also save lives.
Couldn't agree with you more, Felicia. I mean, I honestly think, myself, obviously being a patron on a frequent basis, my mother-in-law is keen to be one of the volunteers that helps out at the library. She has one of the tax write-off programs and she volunteers over at the library. But I honestly, if everybody could just for once take an opportunity just to visit not just the library, but the town's website specific to the library and see how much additional resources that the library has to offer. I mean, I think we're all kind of spoiled by YouTube and the internet these days. But just like, for instance, I'll see every so often people visiting the library who are not necessarily savvy with computers, who have the opportunity to purpose the computers and the networks that you have there. But it's also a great place for people to mingle and get together and even use the conference rooms.
Yes.
As well as take the opportunity to take a nice break and read a good book, as well as the fact that we are the first free public library in the United States. We have Lending Library in the state of Massachusetts, and we have Ben Franklin's books. I mean, this is a cherished institution here in the town of Franklin, and we need to take good care of it. I would just hate to see you lose anything on your end. And we'll talk more about what your needs may be for expenses in the future when we get to that point. But I just wanted to bring you up and give you an opportunity to speak on behalf of the library.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Any other councilors? Anyone in council chambers? Anyone out there in Zoom land? Felicia, thank you very much.
Thank you, Felicia.
Very much.
Keep up the good work, Felicia.
For
Thank
sure.
you.
Okay, moving on. Next item held was 693, Arts and Culture. Debbie held that. You're all set with that. Bobby, did you have a question?
No.
Hey! Get a
I
break?
think you're good.
Okay, we're good.
Benefits?
Next item held was benefits, retirement, and Brian held it. Brian held that,
So we'll have to hold it.
that's one.
He asked a
more
question about unemployment.
Yeah.
Do you you want us to reach out to him, talk to him later? I mean, we can talk about it
Yeah,
afterwards.
we
He
can
said
ask
he's gonna come
tomorrow
tomorrow
night.
night.
We'll ask him. Yep.
He just
We'll
wants-
leave those two
Yep.
that Brian wanted held, and we'll deal with them tomorrow night. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, and we'll move on to 440 sewer, Charles River assessment. And I guess please, Doug. My question is really more of a statement and an explanation so that the audience understands what a Charles River assessment is. Because a lot of people don't understand, if you wouldn't.
Yep, Doug Martin, Town of Franklin Water and Sewer Superintendent. So the assessment that we paid to the Charles River Water Pollution Control District is our percentage ownership of the treatment that is done at that facility. So we own just under 70%, so it's like 68 and change percent. So if you look at their budget, the total cost is split up between the towns that are members of that district, Franklin being the largest town.
How much of our assessment, or how much room for additional sewer tie-ins? Capacity.
Capacity.
We have X amount of capacity with Charles River.
Correct, yes. Yeah, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we do have excess capacity that we're not utilizing.
Exactly.
Yes.
I guess that's my question, was looking to, and maybe you can send it back through Jamie.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what
Water
we-
and sewer.
Water and sewer.
What do we got left under the permits?
Yeah, what we have
left under the permits, yeah. And I could specifically tell you about water. So we are permitted for 3.44 million gallons per day.
Yeah.
That's on an average day basis. Last year, our average day was 2.5. So that difference, about a million gallons per day on average, is what we have left.
So that
is the
is
answer.
This is what I articulated to the ZBA. When people say we have a water ban and we don't have water, unfortunately, people that are using that as a reason to oppose development is not going to be a reason to oppose development. He just said, I mean, think of that number. And we've won awards. The citizens of this community have won awards on water conservation. We have one of the lowest GDP per household
Correct.
amounts.
Yeah.
Like microscopic amounts of water. It's unbelievable what the people in this community do to save water in their own household. Really, it's unbelievable.
The state's guidelines is 65 gallons per person per day. Town of Franklin does 45.
That's impressive.
And then state guideline is 10% unaccounted for. Town of Franklin's anywhere from 4 to 7. So
That's incredible.
I'd just like to get, if you could, at some
Sure.
point, Jamie.
yeah, I'll get those numbers.
Send it to me.
Doug can get it to you.
We'll talk about it tomorrow
I
night.
just would like to know the sewer piece as well. But I thought it was important for the community to understand what our water capacity is
Yeah.
and what our sewer capacity is and how much of that we are actually using.
Yep.
Mhm.
So,
It's a great question.
Thanks.
okay.
It's a great question.
Any other questions or comments?
So in other words, we're in really good shape with water and sewer in town.
You are.
That's awesome.
And you got the interceptor in a year and a half that'll be done in another 110
Yeah,
years.
the Biden infrastructure.
From supplying capacity, yes. We obviously do have aging infrastructure, which, I
Of
mean,
course.
you all are well aware of, so.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That was a welcome
you're looking at
That was
aging
good.
infrastructure.
No, that was good. That was really good.
Ryan, do we have infrastructure, sewer infrastructure?
Oh,
I didn't think so.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, any questions of, on the Charles River assessment from any other counselors? Anybody in council chambers? Anyone out there in Zoom land? Doug, thank you very much. Okay, Next item held is everyone's favorite, 460, stormwater. And I think Mr. DeLarco and Mr. Jones both held that. Councilor DeLarco first.
Okay. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Just to explain it to us, the expenses of, because I know people are gonna say,
Yep. They call this,
$724,000 for expenses for water.
they call this a tax.
Yeah, they're gonna call it a tax.
That's what they call it.
Whatever.
So-
I mean, salaries, like, obviously, that's people working,
Sure.
people doing all the paperwork.
So for salaries in particular, I get a lot of support from the other folks at the DPW. A slice comes to me, and then it goes to engineering support, DPW director, the front office staff, and the admin. So that's sort of how that's divided up. And then from the actual work that we do, we're sweeping every road twice. We clean every single catch basin every year. We do contract that out. So we structure a program for it. So I was in the union for 8 years. I worked with Carlos a lot. A regular sweeping schedule back in the day, 10 years ago, when we get out of winter, we'd start the sweeping operation. That'd take 3 or 4 months to do. And if the highway department's doing that and the ground's subsisting with it, we're not rebuilding catch basins at that time. We're not doing paving work. So I can see why we want to keep those in-house as much as we can. There's so much work to do that we actually get a much better bang for our buck to outsource those things. So street sweeping gets outsourced, and in the month of April, I was able to do 19 catch basins, or my crew was. Carlos's crew was able to go to the roads that were going to chip seal, and he was able to adjust all of those catch basins in those neighborhoods, just things we wouldn't be able to do if we were spent sweeping the roads.
Okay.
We also have the catch basin trucks in town now, so they're out cleaning every single catch basin. On top of all that, that creates a lot of material, and we got to get rid of that material, so we store it in our yard, and then we have to load the trucks that actually remove it and bring it to a landfill for cover. And aside from that, there's so many pieces of infrastructure out there that we need to do, just from an infrastructure standpoint, that, excuse me, we got caught up in April with things that were not able to be worked on during the winter months. So we completed all of those, but basically every week we get 1 or 2 more that get added to the list. We did a rebuild at 33 Daniel Street because we had a sinkhole right next to it. It was a failing structure. And I'm not sure if anybody's been by the library recently, but we had a big structure fail in there, a leaching basin, 8-foot diameter. There was 1 ring on the bottom, a 4-foot ring on top. The bottom of the structure was just all undermined and corroded. So we got a giant hole there. We got steel plates over it. It's all safe and everything like that. But we were able to do that in-house and save a lot of money. So it depends on what the job is, whether we want to outsource it or keep it in-house. Because the going rate for a medium-duty construction job can be up to $10,000 a day. 4 or 5 days, that's $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. We buy, and we'd still have to buy the structure and pave it afterward. Doing that in-house is probably going to save about $20,000 or $30,000 with having our crew do it. The structure was about $4,000. We're going to have to spend $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 on asphalt at the end. Those things just pop up. We have the Oxford Drive neighborhood has been on the list. I feel for those folks. There's water that comes from the state property down to the top part of Oxford Drive. There's a swale that's there that was built, I think, about 25 years ago. Hasn't been much maintenance done to it unless people in their own houses have done work in their backyard. That's on the list for us to do. 99 Elm Street, there's a puddle that's been forming on the side of the road. We're going to put an infiltration basin in there because what happens is when it rains, there's no drainage on that section of Elm Street. So when the puddle forms, in the wintertime in particular, it basically makes 1 lane of travel. So there's that. 19 Brushwood has a complete rebuild for a catch basin on it. Upper Union Street, there is right underneath the high tension wires by the fire station. The dirt bikers come off, and what happened was the dirt basically from the rain it clogged that swale. So what we did was we kind of rebuilt that swale there.
I get it. I was just trying to explain because people see stormwater, they just think of water.
Right.
Not what else is, not what goes into.
Basically the drainage system, yeah.
To do it, they just think it's the water off their roof that goes into the ground.
Right.
So I just wanted to get that out there about, all the work you have to do. That's where the money
Yeah, absolutely.
Gets fixed.
We
That's
also
all.
put in,
Yeah.
we work closely with the Conservation Department for we're trying out these things called beaver deceivers, because we get a lot of clogged
Oh, yeah.
dams around town. So we tried out a new thing. We still have to trap every once in a while. One Wilson Road is the newest one. There's a town parcel right in the back there.
That's my house.
Right, but is it?
Well,
No, right next
one
door.
down, yeah.
Yeah, your neighbor called, and I didn't even know that the town owned property back there. And
Yeah.
I've been in town for 37 years, so, that was a new one. We got to figure out what to do with that sort of spillway that was, a man-made,
Yeah.
antiquated spillway.
Yeah.
So the work's coming in faster than we can keep up with it.
No, I just wanted to explain it, because people think stormwater just falls and goes
Yeah.
in the ground,
Yeah.
that's it.
Right.
And they see this, so.
There,
thank you.
and there is a whole nother component of the actual permit work that we need to do for inspections and proactive projects that obviously creates a backlog. We're doing the best we can, we're keeping up with all of it, but even the time it takes to conduct the inspections is exceptional and is extremely difficult to hit the targets even for that, because we have 152 detention basins out there. Each one of them needs to be inspected once per year. Just think of all, the time just to drive out there and look at it and then log everything, so.
All set,
I'm
Council-
good, thank you.
Yep.
Council Jones, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just through you to the town administrator. Jamie, just for the record, only because I got asked the question, I already know the answer, but I just wanted to get this from your mouth. This MS4 permit is an EPA federal unfunded mandate,
100%.
and we've sued them
We have sued them.
unsuccessfully. And this stormwater fund is basically our funding mechanism in order to try to meet the requirements of the MS4
That's correct.
permitting.
That's correct.
Okay, I wanted that on record because somebody thought this was a tax. It's not a tax. This is
Well, it's money out of people's pocket. No one likes it, but I think what Derek just talked about
Yeah.
is we did it on this, you three were on the committee.
Yeah.
And
Yep, I
it's
can't-
still about infrastructure. It's still about drainage.
No, that's it.
Pete, as you guys know, people complain about drainage all over the place in town, as they should. I mean, this is a problem after, again, the growth for 40 years, and now we're coming down. And the work that Derek and his crews are doing is trying to keep the drainage systems in Franklin over the course of 20, 30 years upgraded, just like our roads, just like Doug with our water sewer. You get our drainage to a place where hopefully people's situations won't flood. You can get better runoff, get better drainage, and we're having less natural hazard incidents, which a lot of property owners in Franklin have certainly had. We can't fix everybody tomorrow, not that we're expecting that, but,
Right.
this is just the beginning of probably a 20 or 30-year long
Yeah.
situation, and then, we'll see if the EPA even exists, I'm serious, in a
Yeah,
form
Trump should-
in the next half year, and, I think, it's like OPEB.
Yeah.
A lot of communities they're not even here yet, so we're still progressively way ahead of a lot of other communities on stormwater. And that's because, you guys have been very supportive. We went out to the community, we talked to people, and it's always gonna be a tax.
Yeah.
It's always, any money out of people's pocket is gonna be a tax, and it's never popular.
If it's gonna be a fee, it's gonna be a tax.
It's a fee, it's gonna be a tax, an assessment, it's a tax. But I think where we need to connect, and you asked the right question, how do we connect this stuff to people's roads and the network so they understand this money's not going anywhere else, it's going into our community to be invested in.
That's all I was trying to get to.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Council Jones.
Thank you.
Thanks, Derek.
Any
Great job.
other questions of Derek? Stormwater from the council? No. Anybody in council chambers? No. Anybody out in Zoom land? No, and I think that was the last
was.
held item. But before I close the first public hearing, just quickly, Jamie, one of the questions that we've all gotten from the community is, if the override doesn't fail, what's gonna get cut? How's it gonna get cut? And why is the number high, why is the number on the town website on this sheet that you have up there, why is that number higher than what we're asking for an override?
Sure.
And it's explained in the top paragraph. I get it. But people don't read. People don't read. And the top paragraph does explain exactly what it is. But please,
This
for those who
gentleman
aren't
who reached out to me the other day was extraordinarily nice and polite, and he said, Mr. Helen, I'm sorry, but I'm looking into this override. He, by the way, was supporting the override after I answered his question, and he said, your numbers don't add up, and I'm not mad about that, but I just wanted to know why. And he had a good laugh after I pointed out it's right on the top of the sheet. So he went and did all the numbers and the calculations, and he literally just did not read the top of it. But that was okay. We had a great laugh over it, and he was very thankful and understood the reasons why. I think the superintendent and I, multiple meetings, had discussed sometimes the personal nature and the challenge with putting a list of positions. And in today's day, and I think the superintendent spoke to this at once, when people kind of see their name on a list, the community can be a little sometimes divided, sometimes say things they maybe shouldn't say, and we weren't ready to put out a specific concrete list of exactly what, because things change. The state budget perspectives change, the federal government situation has changed, things just continue to metamorphosize. Sometimes we have bids, and I'll give you an example, okay? The fire truck borrowing came in lower, not a lot, but like $12,000 or $14,000 or so. We got a 3% interest rate, by the way, which is extraordinarily good.
AAA.
AAA, there's your AAA right there at work.
AAA.
A 3% interest rate on that fire truck. Well, the rate came in lower than we thought. So in that budget model, this is just an example, but when I come back, when the superintendent come back, and hopefully we don't have to have this conversation about budget cuts, we will lower the debt and interest line item by a little bit to reflect actual numbers. Benefits, healthcare, there's a bunch of other stuff as you go along. So you guys asked me and Lucas to try to give everybody an idea, because there was a lot of people advocating for people have to know what the cuts are. And this list up here is higher than the deficit because we wanted to illustrate the most likely cuts and changes that would have to occur. Okay? And I think part of the priority of the Joint Budget Subcommittee, which is a good decision, was to say, hey, okay, last year, some of the feedback from the community was that it was all schools. They benefited from basically the entire override, and therefore it's just about schools, and that there should be a little bit more equity around it. Also, I think, to be clear, I think we are down now to the bone. And the schools cannot just take that unilaterally take those level of cuts. And so we tried to sit here and say, okay, what's plausible about revenue streams? How do we not, cut our nose off to spite our face? What are some of those things? And that's why up here you see what is likely to be, a list of cuts. Obviously, it's not going to be everything on this list, and there may even be some things that weren't on this list that we put in. But make no mistake, the vast majority of what is on this list is in all likelihood going to be the list. It is not far from it. Again, there's going to be a few tweaks. There's no doubt about that.
Of course.
But I think from the Joint Budget Subcommittee listening sessions, this was kind of a product that came out towards the tail end based on what we heard from the community. And so we gave everybody, Lucas and I have given everybody a guideline, a framework, playing field of where those cuts would likely be from. So I hope this guides the community a little. I can't look at one thing on that list and say we don't need it. Every single thing on that list is things that we need. And Ken Ojowu had asked a great question, Finance Committee member. He said, I meant to ask to the department heads what else they would see down the line, what are their needs for the future. And I just simply replied, that's a great question. And I hope that in the fall, we coming back to the Finance Committee and the Joint Budget Subcommittee, we're going to answer that question. But I can tell you right now, if these cuts happen, that is gonna be your answer from every one of the folks in the back of me, right? Felicia's gonna say, I want the 50,000 back for MAR budget, right? The police and fire are gonna say, I know the schools are gonna say, well, now we have to go back and, the first priority is to restore these positions. So, so I hope that helps answer your question, Mr. Chairman.
It does, Jamie, and again, you asked the question just so that the audience can hear the answer, but if people are looking for this list, it has been on the website from the very beginning. And
One pager, council presentation, potential cuts, ratepayer information, my budget memos. You can go through here and go through everything.
And the top paragraph does explain most of the questions that you might have with the underneath list. So, again, people, if you have questions regarding the override page on the town website has all the answers.
With a picture of Horace Mann.
Nice.
Horace,
Statue.
now there was a man.
What would Horace do in this situation?
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
go ahead, very quickly.
Okay, sorry, Jamie, this was to,
Sorry.
this was a question to the previous document about the potential cuts. I know there is a great deal of conversation online that says we would never do this, right? Like literally people online saying, you're never gonna cut police, you're never gonna cut fire, you're never gonna cut the library, you're not gonna make the senior center part-time, that's all scare tactic nonsense, so stop saying it. And my reply, and I want them to hear it from you too, is that we don't want any of that to happen. However, if our hand is forced and we have to spread this $3.8 million problem across all departments, we're not going to have a choice. As difficult as that's going to be to look any department head in the eye and say, I'm sorry that you got to let people go, or I'm sorry that you have to change your hours, or I'm sorry that you have to risk your accreditation, all those are very difficult conversations. But I'm just bringing it up that people don't believe this.
So unfortunately, that I think, well, there's a few things, but one, I think this is where, when you talk about the comparables that Councilor Frangillo brought up earlier and others, when you're talking about the Miltons, the Natics, the Needhams, all this stuff, they have exponentially more dollars to move things around.
Yeah.
I mean, their levy is 20 to 25% higher than Franklin. I think maybe Councilor Hamlin said, I mean, the town of Natick's town manager's office is 1.7 million. Ours is 630,000. I mean, that's surreal. So I think the reason why I bring that up is because this community has just simply not turned that corner. And I think there's a tremendous amount of that commentary that happens. They always find the money. Oh, they always figure something out. Jeff's got a bag of money in his drawer somewhere. He does this, remember, and that's why my drawers, you've seen them, are completely empty. I have nothing in them because people made this up about Jeff for years. Oh, he always figures it out. And you want to know what that was? That was what everybody said earlier. The folks behind me and the superintendent, because we figured out some creative way, painfully, through an immense amount of work, okay, to try to figure out how to make a reform or change something up to triage it. But those cuts have been happening to our schools for years. They've been happening, you've heard from the chiefs, and they've never been able to grow out. From 2000 to this year, they went from 54 officers down, 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 down. And then we made the reform to the 4x4, and then we started coming up, right? And so this is not a bluff. If people believe that, I guess that's their opinion.
They're gonna believe it.
But it's incumbent upon a lot of you and a lot of other people in the community to correct that. We've already heard from the DPW director. His budget's the same this year as it was last year. That's completely unacceptable. I see people that are in the community going against the override who have emailed all of you 100 times advocating for roads. And I say to that person or those people, well, then why are you voting against this? You've been advocating for roads, we're gonna cut roads. So there really is no, and also the last thing I'll say is, last year, y'all sat here, we cut 1.3 million out of the municipal budget last year. I think a lot of people forget that.
Yeah.
1.3 million out of the municipal budget went to the schools, which is the right thing to do. We were able to preserve a lot of jobs for them. But I think this narrative in Franklin has just been around for a long time. I think it's part of the, I don't want to say negativity, but this like kind of pessimism to things. And I get a lot of emails from people telling me about, you know, community preservation projects. Well, how'd you fund that? And then I say through a whole separate account, and then I get, usually somebody says to you, I'm sick and tired of you telling me about accounts. And I go, but it's just legally something I can't draw on from anything else. Like, you know, so I think that's where the communication and the engagement with people come in, because I think a lot of you and me have had conversations. People, I get at least 1 or 2 calls a day from people just randomly about this. And there is a pretty big gap between the knowledge of where we're at and still some people in the community, you know, and I think, is every one of these dollars gonna happen? No. Are we gonna sit around and you guys on June 4th are gonna have some hard decisions to make if the override doesn't pass? Yeah, you might cut more of certain stuff to make up for whatever the community is responding after a failed override for schools or fire or police. I also have to say to all of you, you know, what the chiefs have said and what Lucas has said, but particularly the chiefs and the superintendent, you know, losing an ambulance, you guys can't just think in the moment what that means. That's literally life or death. And for people to say, oh, you're gonna figure it out, whatever, you just bluff, you know, I get it. There's a little trust issue. But you guys are gonna have to think long and hard about an ambulance. You're also gonna have to think about crime. You're gonna have to think about some serious, serious discussions on June 4th. Some people in the community just wanna see equity with cuts across the board. That's a fair opinion. I'm not saying it's wrong. Yeah. But I can also assure you, people that say we want equity and cuts across the board, okay, that's a fair opinion, and that may be where that goes. But everyone's gonna sleep a lot less 2 months after when the ambulance is 4 minutes later. And think about the reaction from those people that are gonna say, you cut the ambulance, you did this, you were bluffing. There's gonna be allegations that are gonna come out all over the place, probably from the schools as well. People have gotta think through, not just the moment, but the next year of whatever we have to live within, right? It's gonna be very, very hard. I don't need to explain this to any of you. You guys know this. I'm speaking more, I'm looking at Ted, but I'm speaking more to the folks that may be watching at home or watch this later on. So, you know, I can assure you that a majority of what is on this list is going to be reality. Are we gonna be able to tweak some of this stuff? Yeah, and we're gonna have some very frightening conversations, as all of you know, about real impacts. Sidewalks, and I know you believe this too, sidewalks are one thing. Ambulances, public safety, school teachers, children, that's a whole nother ball of wax. Absolutely. You know, so, you know, when Brutus says his budget is gone down, it's the same this year, and you're gonna see another $400,000 of cuts to him, that may end up being $600,000, right? Because is a sidewalk more important than the cruiser showing up? No. So I think, you know, and we have to think of the senior center. Low-income residents. It's the only meal, 150 people eat there a day. That's one of the only meals they're gonna get. So, I know there's been rumors around the center. It's not fun to talk to people about these rumors. I know people are scared, but these are the choices that are gonna come before you on June 4th, no question at all. So, I'll leave it at that, I guess.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will declare the first public hearing on the FY '26 budget closed, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, second.
Non-debatable. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Great to stay.